What's up, guys? Good morning. I'm going to turn this camera on real quick. Just give me 2 seconds, and I'm going to make my coffee, and I'll be right back. So we'll be right back in 2 seconds. Let me write this on here. BRB. 2 minutes. Okay. Okay, come on. Unlock it. Be right back. 2 minutes. BRB. Alright, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I got levels, got all this good stuff for us, and we'll just wait for it to get to our targets, and we're going to make some money today. I'll get the camera on. We're going to have a great day today, guys. Remember, be patient today. Let's wait for these earnings to come out. We do have United Airlines stuff. Let me get my coffee, and I'm going to get into it. I got some semiconductors. We got the overall markets, and some other stuff. I'll be right back. What up? Let's go, guys. All right, coffee. 1 second. I'll be right back. I had to brush my teeth and stuff. Uh, it'll be pretty easy. I'm gonna run through these levels. I'll give you guys one right now. The only level I'm looking for: 435, 440, 90 area. This is the only area I'm looking at for the SPY. I think we come up and we reject it. I will take a short. I'm going to see how we do when we get there. But this level at 435 is going to be my area. It's the only area I'm watching today on the S&Ps. I'll be right back.
For
And if there's anybody here that is that can if you have you guys heard this Squawk Box yet? And if it's loud, how loud is it or is it not? I'd appreciate it. Thank you guys for the. I got 3 things. That was one of them. The second one, if you could, if you're new, subscribe. It would help us get to someone that would like to be here. Like, subscribe. If you could, share it to a random person, a random email, Cheryl McGonigal. I don't know. See if it's a person that exists. 3, small victories. Got to take them, okay? You know, sometimes things can get frustrating. I know for myself they do. But you got to embrace the small wins. You got to embrace the small wins, whether it's small wins in trading, small wins in life, whatever it is you're doing. Take the small wins. You got to keep pushing. You guys got to keep pushing. So like I said, if you guys could, like, share, subscribe. 435 on the S&Ps is what I'm watching, right? We still have not made it resistance just yet this morning. You played with it a little bit. You kind of just bounced off. To me, this area, you kind of just bounced off of it, and it pulled itself back. So I'm going to wait, see what happens. Maybe I'll get to an area and take the long here.
So just going back to the situation in the Middle East,
can you guys
President
let me
Biden,
know,
just echoing some
chat,
earlier reports that we've already had in the session.
If I need to turn it down a
commenting
bit,
from Tel Aviv, he says Pentagon showed evidence that Israel did not strike hospital in Gaza.
So
Again, that is very consistent
this
with some of the
actually
reports
is
that we
really
got earlier
good with
from the US.
news being pretty early. I noticed, like, between Benzinga and the other ones, this one's way before them and covers a lot of stuff that they don't. So filming commercial. Sorry, I'm just reading this Amazon
Bit of engine
stuff.
news, according to sources being cited by Reuters, all exports via Russia's western ports
So
is
S&P's
set to
435,
decline
guys.
in
We
November.
want to watch to see.
This is with refineries finishing their maintenance.
I'm going to pause this real quick, and I'll let my other one play. Oh my God. All right, so let me get this stuff ready. If it's too short, just let me know. I'm trying to figure out how to do it so we can still see the volume and everything that we need to see. If anything major comes across, I'll let you guys know. You guys will hear it as I'm talking. All right, so ARM is one that's on the list. NVIDIA, AMD, and I'm going to run through them real quick. I know the market's getting ready to open, and I'm sorry for being a bit behind, but you know, I had to come up with my levels and stuff like that. So let's get into it. Again, S&Ps. I'm not going to do anything until either I feel like we get low enough on the SPY, right? Which would be, oh, here you go. Here's your pennant, right? Here's your pennant for the SPY. Okay. This is why we should bounce. But I want to see what we do here at 435. If we can regain that and turn it into support. This area is key. If you're looking at it on a 5-minute chart, you're going to notice this is the area that it just has been playing around with it. It's been playing around with it, and it just doesn't know what it wants to do, right? It's turned it into the support, and the support couldn't hold. Many times, right? Right here. It's like, you know, it's a little different on what time frames you use. But it's like 435, right? You hang around, you pivot low. Here's a pivot high. You can't really see it on Thinkorswim. It's just, I have another chart that I use, and it really shows it. It's just clear as day that this is the area that it just, right? Support, pulls back, resistance, right? You come back up and test it. Pivot low. Here, I can probably extend it, but you know, it's just, it's so clear that this area right here, right? And you resistance, you break up above it, resistance, support, it doesn't know what it wants to do, right? Support, then it breaks it. I think that's your final try at it. So again, that's the level I'm going to watch on the S&Ps is that 435. All right, on the daily chart, we're still just sitting in a range. Again, we have Tesla and Netflix. All right, it should get the markets going. It should get the markets going, but we have two wars going on. Anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. And the longer we sit here, it's just going to pull that 50-day moving average down. So I would expect a bounce to it because we have not, on the S&Ps, we have not touched them at all yet. We have not touched our daily charts since early September, or our daily moving averages. All right, so the longer we sit here and just sit here, it's just going to pull that 50-day down. So you can expect it to just anchor itself down and look for the bounce into it. And then you think about your shorts, you know, depending on the volume on the break to it or in whatnot. So it's your middleman, right? It's your line in the sand, 433, right? It's your line in the sand. So lower highs, right? Again, you just have this pennant here, you know. Yesterday's lows, right? We start cracking yesterday's lows, which it looks like we might. I would like to see if we get a little bit of support here at 433.75-ish. NVIDIA's been, look, another press release. They're trying hard to keep that stock up. But, so yeah, I'm looking for a bounce in the 435, right? And you can see here, even on this chart, how it's like that 435, 435.50 area is just a key area to be watching for. Yeah. If the SPYs get down to 432, that's what I would look for. Another 432 test. I'm going to be honest with you. 432, 433.50. If we can't get up above there. But I doubt we get that today, right? You could just stay. You could just stay right here in anticipation for Tesla, Netflix, Powell, jobs numbers. You know, we don't have much data, but so let's get into it. It's 4:15. Sorry to spend so much time on that. All right, NVIDIA. NVIDIA was on the list yesterday. All right. Got to watch the daily chart. You have a break below the 100-day moving average, which is that blue line right there. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the bounce back. I want to get a bounce back to like 436, low 436 area. Okay. Maybe even like, let me go here. But I want to get a bounce into that 100-day moving average. All right, I'm only going to short the bounces. All right. So I want to be short, which it did, you know, kind of turn it into resistance yesterday at 439, but 436, 435. Let's call it 435. That's going to be the area. I'm sorry. Pivot low here. You know, 433 to 435. Again, this stock's been moving $20, $15, right, in a day. So it's an area. You're going to have to give your stop loss some room. All right, let's go into like a 15-minute chart, and you're going to see why that is. Well, there's our 100-day moving average. We tried to hold it yesterday. We broke below it, popped back up, and we held it. We just sat right on it, and we finally broke it. So I'm waiting for the bounce, right? I'm going to get a bounce into 433. 436.50 is the ideal spot for me, all right? I don't know if we're going to get the close. I doubt we're going to get yesterday's close unless something's changed. And that's up at 439. You've already turned 439, 440 into resistance. But if we can get there, sure, I would love a short. Now we're breaking this key area. I got to scroll it back for us because this is a key level here. It was a previous support. Right here, you have somewhat of a double bottom, I guess, triple bottom, right? Support, 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 resistance, resistance, support, support, support. Now it's support, and that support is now breaking, guys. All right, this is a key area at 430 flat. So now the game plan will change. What's the game plan going to be now? Well, now I'm going to look for, if they sell this off into the bell, which it looks like they're doing, they're taking it from us. I'm going to look for the bounce back to 430. So we're going to have to change that. We're going to look to get, I want to get short at 430. And again, I'm going to see how it does when it gets there. I'm not just saying, oh, 430, I'm going to get short. No, if it gets to 430 and it on some decent volume and it seems like it's breaking, I am going to wait and, you know, get up at the areas that I'd like to get it at, which would be the 100-day moving average. That might not be until tomorrow. That might not be until Friday. It might not be until next week. All right? We'll see. We want to take this down to 400s ultimately. We have an area like 420, 417. This area right here, 420 to 417 would be the area we would look to get it to. That's going to be my target. That's going to be my target right there. All right, that's going to be my target to get NVIDIA to. That'll be a final take profit area right there, guys. And I have been feeling so much better that I've gotten my charts fixed. You guys have no clue. You guys have no clue. I don't think I took any trades yesterday. I don't think. I may have. I'd have to look. But that's the area I'm looking to get NVIDIA to. If maybe even lower. But again, I need to bounce back to the 100-day moving average. All right. I need to get short at resistance, which could be, you know, another area you could look for is 434.50. So we'll change NVIDIA real quick. I gotta hurry up. 434.50. 430. All right, so just be careful, guys. Be patient with this one because it'll give you the opportunity. You just gotta wait, right? You just gotta wait. Wait for a bounce back to, you know, 432, you know, or, you know, this previous pivot low up at 435, right? Which would be pre-market highs. But take notice in the manner that it gets there. All right, so I'm gonna tell you guys something. Anyone that so let's look at this, right? You had some people buy here at 427. All right, this is the psychology of the market. Whoever got long yesterday, they may have taken profit, right? They may have taken profit here. They may not. You come in today, whoever was long here at 427, 427 starts to break, they're going to sell. Then you get sellers on top of it. This is the psychology between supply and demand, support and resistance. I've went over this a lot of times, right? People don't talk about it. Why does support become resistance? Why does resistance become support? It is the transfer of emotion from other traders, right? It is me being long yesterday. If I was long here and we're pulling back into it, right now I'm going to want to be taking my gains. And I'm talking the stock alone, whether it's options, but the stock, whatever. More so the equity itself. All right? You're seeing it on the time and sales. Look how red it is. That's coming into the area. You did not get that bounce. Okay, well, they're going to start taking profits. Add on sellers on top of it. Short sellers. Right? especially when it breaks. Then you just, so you would, let's see if we get that break of the low of the day and it bounces back to it. Especially if we break the low of the day and it bounces back to it, then whoever was long that's getting that opportunity to get out about break even, if not a small profit break even, they're really going to get out. That's the psychology of support and resistance, supply and demand. An area that once was buyers turns to sellers, right? Okay. If you guys could hit that like button, like, share, subscribe. So again, I'm going to be waiting for bounce backs. AMD, same thing. I'm going to be waiting to get back to this 50-day moving average, and that's going to be around 104.50. All right, 104.50 to 105 is the area I want to get a bounce back to short AMD. If it doesn't give it to me, it doesn't give it to me. All right. Let's go to the daily chart. First and foremost, I got to be quick because I got to set my charts up. All right, we bounced up. You dropped the support level here, which was the 50-day. Now we've broken it. You gapped below the 50-day. You pull it back. You bounced into the 50-day yesterday. Now let's see if we can get a bounce back into an area of 104 area. Okay, 104. And see if we can take this thing back to 100 if the markets are going to sell off. Not sure what the markets are going to do yet, because technically right now we still could consider AMD a long. Actually, it just broke it. It just made it resistance now. So you have a resistance level here, which it pulled back to. If this area did decide to hold, then you could look for a break and retest for a long. Who's thinking that, right? Who's thinking that right now? AMD is getting some really nice volume the past few days, as semiconductors are. So there's the break. They're kind of taking this trade from us, but guys, again, I'm going to wait for the bounce back. All right, that's AMD. Same thing with ARM. Okay. I'm going to see if I actually want to get short ARM. These green dots are all my take profit targets. So if we can get a bounce back to like yesterday's close or something, if we do, I want to look for a bounce back. All right, guys, that's that. And everything else, I'm just gonna watch the markets. Right, Amazon. I have way too many lines on that damn chart. See if you can get back down to that pivot low. If the markets are selling off, I'm gonna look to be short. Here's our 100-day moving average for AMZN, Amazon. Okay, Amazon. Be nice if we could get a bounce into that 50-day moving average. Be pretty nice. So it is, or it was at least, it is looking like it's going to be stuck between the 50 and 100-day moving average, which would provide us great opportunity. What happened with Tesla, guys? You guys remember when I told us, it's stuck between the 50-day move, the 50 and 100-day, and it came in to that inflection point where it was either going to break down or break to the upside in a manner that's going to give you a nice opportunity. And what it do? It ripped. It ripped. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it was about, I think it was last week. Right? Right there. It was that day right there. There's a few other things I wanted to go over, but that's it for right now. I hope you guys have a great day. If you guys have any questions, any ideas, throw them in the chat. It would be useful. I can turn this on if you guys want a squawk box. All right, you guys let me know. And yeah. If you guys could take the time, if you haven't done so, give us a like, subscribe if you haven't already done
Just
so.
keeping eyes on spot gold. Is testing at 19.50 to the upside. If we do breach comfortably above that, September first high of 19.53 is near, as well as a fib level.
It would allow them to find us.
Flagging 19.66 does coincide with other precious metal strength.
Let's get this ball rolling. Good luck today. If you guys have any questions, you guys can ask me whatever it is that
a bit of haven currency demand that does come on the back of some of the souring geopolitical sentiment.
Or if you have any, concerns, comments, anything. Thank you guys for being here. For the ones that are here. Let's look to be patient. All right, let's look to be patient. The markets are in a downtrend pre-market. The Qs also is another one that I was looking at. The Qs have that 100-day moving average right there that I think it's going to turn in resistance right here. Now the 50-day, right? It just bounced, made a resistance. Look at this. We could sell right off of the bell. I think you get a drop. I do. I think you get a drop right off the bell, guys. Let me get my chart set up real quick.
Comments from ASML CMO. They note demand for equipment from Chinese customers will continue despite sales dip next year.
All right, guys. So we have 3 minutes. Take your time. Again, be patient. Off the bell, especially if you're trading options. Remember, the best, you want to find the best time for when it's at support resistance. Watch your option prices. If you're playing the S&Ps or the Qs, right, and you're playing daily options, watch the option prices. Know the high to low. Know the ones that you need to be in and not be in, which is open interest and volume. Find the ones that have the most liquidity. All right, find the ones that have the most liquidity.
Bit more from ASML. CEO says that US and Dutch export restrictions affect around 10 to 15% of sales to Chinese customers.
But I think we sit sideways, guys. I don't know how much movement we get today with with the earnings that are coming out. Unless we get some news, right? Unless we get some type of news, I'm not sure that we have this huge day today in the markets. You could in semiconductors because there's specific news drawn to that, right? You have a really nice pattern on AMD as well that is playing out. If I didn't show you guys, right? AMD. All right, you guys see that? And then it broke that uptrend, support, turned it into resistance yesterday. This is why I'm thinking a swing trade on AMD is going to be coming very soon. All right, I think I'm going to swing trade that very soon. Like as soon as we get like a bounce, if we pull it back and you see we're starting to hang out at like 102.65, right? I'm going to wait for the bounce back. I don't care if it's lunchtime. I don't care if it's the afternoon. I thought about it yesterday about getting short. The overall markets, once you got this bounce here, I'm like, man, this just told me that I felt like we were going to roll it over. So, good luck today. If you guys have any questions, give me a holler. You guys have anything you guys are looking at, comment in chat what it is. If you see anything with relative strength, right, something that's moving, a sector that's moving, throw it in the chat. Good luck today, guys. We got a minor support level here at 102.72 also on AMD. Nice bounce right off of that level. That's a really nice bounce. You could look for it to get back up here at 104.50. because I think the S&Ps are starting to bounce now. They're not making the low, right? So look at the S&Ps. See how this low, like here's your pivot low. You pulled it all the way back, pivot low. But look at this pivot low. It's shortening the drops. So it's turning itself around, right? I've talked about that before. And that is the big thing with Tesla is we really already know the delivery numbers, right? We already have that. And they do it just about every quarter. You know, it comes in right around earnings. All right, so the targets for AMD and NVIDIA, I want to watch NVIDIA more importantly, but I kind of want to wait for the, you know, I still think that AMD's got to get to 104.50 to get short. You know, anything before the resistance level of 104.50 is, you're just waiting to get into a position, and it just, you're going to buy the low, right? You're going to buy the low. You know what I mean? I think you got to wait for a bounce if you're short-minded. If you're looking to get to the short side. The thing is, too, is that the Qs were really at a point off the bell where you had that daily moving average that you could find the Qs be in trouble, and it would help for semiconductors to the downside. All right, so there's the bounce, guys. Like I said, I want to see if we can get back the S&Ps at least. I'm still trying to get myself organized here, bringing up the Qs and whatnot so I can have both the NASDAQ and Q. So that's a nice bounce, right? There would have been a really nice scalp right there. That could have been a really nice scalp right to pre-market highs, guys, on low volume. Yep. You see how easy? And if you guys could, if anybody's here, if you guys could, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. It would help us find the individuals that would like to be here and trade with us. All right, we do it for free. We don't charge anything. Got it. Got it. All right, let me look at the Qs real quick on here because I need to put up their moving averages. Look at that bounce right off of that 100-day moving average, guys. See that? Look at it just bouncing off of it.
Commentary from Abbott CEO. Talk about GLP-1 drugs versus glucose monitors. Says he thinks the concerns are overblown.
Wow, IWM selling off. Well, I thought it could pull itself back a little bit. It's important to see what the markets are doing because I was really curious to see if the IWM was going to find support here and pull itself up to the upside, get some type of relative strength, but doesn't seem to be doing so. You could still find a bit of support here at 172. Look what you got last time, but again, look what's up here. You're met with a lot of selling up there at 176.50. So that was giving us a little bit of hope. The energy, I think oil, was rising, I thought, this morning. I'd have to look. I'm not too certain. I thought energy was up, and that's why we were pulling
and
back.
just after the open today, seen a bit of reversal of what we saw yesterday with Nasdaq 100 bouncing after the open, while Russell 2000 small caps are suffering.
It just has pressure on the overall markets. It puts pressure on the overall markets. The IWM is hurting right now. Oh man, I already missed it. I already missed that 104 short. Shit. Oh man. It's all good. I'm gonna have to wait. So here we are coming into the lows. I could go after ARM because ARM was being a little late. This would be a profit target right here. I would look for this pivot low here on AMD at 195 if we could get there. But we got a little bit of support here. So it's going to be interesting to see where it is that we find ourselves. Yeah, I'm going to look for this area.
For global metals trade, according to Bloomberg sources, EU and US negotiators are still haggling over whether a political agreement on global steel and aluminium arrangements would prolong the suspension of tariffs imposed by the Trump administration, or instead provide a clear path for them to be removed permanently.
That's unfortunate. Right? That's unfortunate. And what did we say? AMD, 104. 104.50 in that area. 104, 104.50. Wow. You had to be on it. You had to be on it. It wasn't. I just thinking about that. I'm just thinking about the. He wasn't ready. Kevin Hart. Again, I hope you guys are having a great day. If you could, do us a solid one. Like the stream, subscribe, comment down below if you guys have anything you guys are watching. So the S&Ps are a bit flat right now. The S&Ps are a bit flat. All right. Let me see here. Give me this. Give me this.
On energy trade, Angola to load 37 crude oil cargoes in December, up from the 32 planned for November.
All right, there we go.
According
Here's
to Reuters,
bounce,
citing a trade source
looking for that
and preliminary program
to get short. Get that extension lower. Again, whoever was long yesterday. Damn, that's brutal. That's brutal. There goes the Qs. There goes the markets. And look at that, guys. Perfect rejection of the 100-day moving average right off of on the Qs. Right off the 100-day moving average. Just picture perfect. Picture perfect. Man, you had to be on this one early. Oh, shit. Let's see here. I just want to make sure we don't. Yeah, I want to break yesterday's low on AMD. I do. I want to see if it can give me a nice opportunity though. It feels like it's getting a little bit of momentum there. I think we need a bounce. I think it needs a bounce, guys. So again, what we do have is a the Qs, right? The Nasdaq broke below the 100-day moving average. It came back, retested it, and turned that into resistance. All right.
Some commentary from Equinor CEO says Europe's gas market is much better placed than last year.
So as you can see here, you have a bit of support that's trying to hold itself up at, right? You have a bit of support right there. I remember this area, and it looks like it just broke it. And then you just have a lot of chop. But the bottom end of that range is around 99, 75, if we can get there today. So if I do enter something, I'll let you guys know. I missed that bounce back to 104. I just missed it, you know. Where did we get 104.38, 104.40, and you know sometimes it's like that. You got to be quicker than that. So right now, we've done. Let me see here. We haven't even done an ATR yet of this move.
Bit more from the Equinor CEO. Does note Europe will be dependent on LNG supply and to face competition from Asia, noting they expect gas market to be quite volatile during the winter.
And what did we say, guys, on the S&Ps? We said 105, 104.90-ish was the area I was watching for.
Separate energy updates was found from Shell. Reuters reporting Shell expected to complete maintenance at Prelude LNG facility in Australia by mid-November. And just some comments from Hezbollah, who does say they have been attacking Israeli sites and barracks, as has been reported earlier. And this is via some local press.
If we get up to this area, I would like to get short down the 430-250 area. And just so we are clear, guys, this volume is very low right now. The volume is very low in the S&Ps. Look at that. Look at that. Even just compared to yesterday, right? Just comparing it to yesterday. Look how low this volume is. Oh, come on. right? Look how low the volume is. It really is low, guys. It really is. It's really low today. And that's to be expected. So hang out. Just relax. You are not missing anything. You know, unless you see some opportunity, then rock out with you out. All right? That's what she said. But me, myself, and I'm going to be patient. I know it's Wednesday, but it only takes, all it takes is one good trade. Remember that. There's someone who actually has a book about that. All right, AMD just doesn't seem like it's going down any further. Right, you're getting a bit of volume there. You're getting a bit of covering because they're noticing the same thing. Now might be a time to think about a pivot long, right? If you get a pullback, see if you can't get a long. You don't want to fight the trend, but you would look to just get a scalp, maybe up to VWAP. MSOS is going? Yeah, I see that too. Yup, MSOS is on its way, guys. Wow. Holy cow. Let's see here. Let's see the volume. Feels like... I don't know if there's any news or anything. But we're starting to get an increase in volume. And that's actually a nice breakout, guys. That's actually a really nice breakout. Right? It's already gotten to its area. But... oh, 5-minute chart. Ew. No. So you guys are lucky. For anyone who is here and doesn't know it, there's some people that are like watching the 20-year bond and stuff like that. It's already did what it's going to do, guys. You guys know that I always try to tell you guys, you want to watch these bond auctions. We did it last week. It happened last week. So, and that is because you're going to, like, it's going to help you, right? Because you're going to start to notice the yield curve and not have to see it. You're going to be able to kind of know where it's at, right? So just check them out, kind of just write it down and just, you know, all right, the twos are here, blah, 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 blah. And you're going to say, all right, last week or the last auction came in actually lower. And so
and
this,
do note
this short end of
reports
the curve
noting
is
US
rising.
and Israel embassies
Again,
in Argentina
you don't know,
evacuated
there's a
on
reason
bomb threats.
why the 30-year, like the day that bond, it does, I don't think it mattered if it was a long end of the bond or if it was a short end of the bond. That banking data came out, and that told you everything. Why do you think they're the smartest guys in the room? Because they look at the data that matters. And I've given you guys that. I'm telling you guys, that data is key. That is showing you the data that I'm talking about is the Fed data that is providing the banks liquidity. Right? Right here. And the data comes out, just so happened that bond auction was what? On Thursday. That data came out on Wednesday. It comes out every Wednesday. And you went from 107.6 up to almost 109. All right? So that is still signs of banking issues. They're doing fine in earnings. They're only doing fine in earnings because they haven't had to sell anything off because the Fed's pretty much fronting them the money. Right? They're just fronting them the money. They've kind of just made it up. And it's funny, you know, it's like, and it's okay, you know, that's how, you know, it worked. So this is why I think you could get, you know, but if this keeps going higher and higher, like, look at that, right? You're going to get issues that are going to start to show up and people are going to start talking. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. All right. That's why you had the bond auction come in the way it did, because it showed you that there is still risk. The Fed is still increasing the amount of money that they're giving to the banks. All right? Higher for longer, right? So it's kind of backstopping. It's kind of just putting a Band-Aid on a banking crisis. that we could be having right now if they decided, or if they didn't think about this. Right? Technically, you'd still have more banks, man. Look at that. Wow. That was a nice play. That's another missed opportunity. I got to get up on my shit. So the S&Ps, what did I say? What did we say this morning? We thought the markets would kind of just float, just sit in that area. And it looks like that's what we're doing. It's good to know those things, because it'll give you an idea on how you want to trade the day. I hate wasted days, don't get me wrong, but alright, here goes Nvidia. Nvidia seems like, why is it doing it on low volume? That's weird. That's so weird. That's so weird. Wow. Alright, I'm going to scan around real quick, guys. If you guys have anything, throw it in the chat. If you guys just want to say hi, anything. Again, we thought that the markets were going to go sideways. If you could do us a solid, it would help. If you guys, have, and appreciate it. If you guys could hit the like, subscribe. So again, semiconductors, the volume is really low today. Really, really low. I'm gonna wait until I get that bounce back. Right? I'm gonna wait to get the bounce back. AMD has some nice volume in it, more like to the downside. Come on, don't freeze up on me. God damn it. Alright. I think the squawk box should be on. It should be, yeah, it is on. Okay, they're just being quiet, unless, yeah, they might just be being quiet for a minute. There might not be anything coming through. Again, it's actually pretty good. All right, so let's see here if the SPY can pull back. This would be a nice area for an AMD short. I kind of wanted to wait. Again, I said I wanted to be at that area. So this is a key support area or resistance area that it just broke back above. So I want to see if you get a bounce. I want to see VWAP become resistance on AMD. I was doing some things. I missed the entry. We said 104.50, right? 104 to 104.50. It extended up in there. We missed that opportunity. And we called this. We called this move, right? We said, hey, this pivot low right here. I said, guys, you're probably going to get a bounce. You should get like a nice scalp long right off the bell, off of that pullback. And we got it. And I was trying to get my charts up and stuff. It's all good. Let's see what we do here at VWAP. I'm really curious see what we do at VWAP. Because you're going to start seeing some more volume increase to the buy side, I feel like. This area is going to be key. If 102.80 holds, like, I could pan it back, but I don't want to miss an opportunity. And, I feel like you could get a bounce back to the area we want to get short, and that's 104.50, 105. Let's see here. There's a SPY trying to bounce. Yeah, and again, I'm gonna go. There's that bounce right through it. I knew it. TLT starting to roll over, but IWM, right? That was a good sign the past few days, and they have totally just pooped the bed. Right back to that area you bounced off of yesterday. If it gives it right back, that's going to be a sign to the markets that, hey, you could get a nice opportunity right here at 172.50, possibly. You are a bit below VWAP, too. Look at this whole area you have. You kind of want to tighten that thing up a little bit, so I don't expect anybody to get short there. They might, you just watch it. If it does sit there for a few minutes and you can't get back up to VWAP, you're probably going to make another leg lower. But that's a decent move. It pretty much gave back what it did yesterday. That's not good. You don't want that. And what did we say a few weeks back, right? when these wars were going on and like the House couldn't come to an agreement, we said we want to start seeing some type of good news to filter, like to help us. We don't want bad news on top of bad news, right? They didn't come to an agreement. They extended it 40 days. All right. We wanted to like see, all right, inflation data. We don't want to see another war, right? So all these things are just, we're not getting any type of good signs. You had a very small tick up in unemployment, pretty much no change in employment claims last week. All right. You want to start seeing signs, like glimpses of and how the market takes it. To go to the upside if you're bullish, right? Seasonality, yes, but we've got another war on our hands. They still don't have a speaker. We still, here in a couple weeks, you're going to be talking about, are they going to come to an agreement? Are they going to come to an agreement? We'll be right back at that talk again. So it's just like, inflation, it's like energy prices were rising, right? The dollar did pull back yesterday, but these are just things you're going to want to watch for, guys. I'm just trying to, help. Me saying it out loud helps myself too, right? There's just no there hasn't been anything really positive, and we need that, right? The market needs it if you want to start making a second leg higher. Let's see here. Again, the S&P is very low volume. Very low volume. Let's scan around and see what we have going on here. So as I was saying, we want to start seeing signs of light that we haven't. You got another war added. You still don't have a speaker. You still have to come to an agreement in a couple weeks. We have earnings, right? So far, the bank's doing pretty well. Let's see what Bank of America and JP Morgan are doing.
Geopolitics from the Middle East. A spokesperson for Israel's Prime Minister told Sky if Hamas is destroyed, chances of peace will be greater, but they are prepared to fight on many fronts.
That squawk box that I have for you guys. If it's okay, if it's, All right, so there's a nice, look at this. This could be a nice little opportunity here, guys, on JP Morgan. Not really a planned trade now, but look at that. That's a nice bounce to the 50-day, 100-day moving average that we just rejected. You could, let's see here. Hold on. Let me see here. Let's see here. This is our support level at 145. This could be a nice little swing trade, guys.
And further geopolitics. Separately, the Saudi foreign minister has met with his Iranian counterpart. Yeah. They discussed the current military escalation in Gaza and surrounding areas.
We should have got on
according to the ministry itself on Twitter. We will update if we see anything else. Saudi and Iran foreign ministers.
I think I might
discuss the current military escalation in Gaza.
That's a gap down with a double bottom. I might hold off and wait a minute. See if we can start making VWAP 90 MA.
And just be aware of a consumer update here from the New York Fed. It's talking student loans. It says restarted student loan repayments, likely only modest drag on US consumer spending. Restarted student loan payments unlikely to cause any large rise in delinquencies. Consumers in strong financial position overall. Some borrowers will face challenges from loan repayment resumption. So this has been a key theme that analysts have been monitoring and been citing it as a potential headwind to US economic growth going forward.
but the New York Fed thinks that the resumed student loan repayments likely only a modest drag on US consumer spending. The payments unlikely to cause a large rise in delinquencies, and it notes consumers are in a strong financial position overall. For STLA, Stellantis is aiming to increase its global light commercial vehicle sales to 2 million units by 2027, and that compares to 1.6 million units in 2022. And a bit more here, STLA and Ford ticker F, Stellantis wants to challenge Ford as the light commercial vehicle global leader, according to its unit chief. Some remarks here from the SEC is beginning a meeting to vote on proposed curbs volume-based transaction pricing for stock exchange member brokerages. And just note, in response to that SEC headline there, we are seeing some downside in the Intercontinental Exchange, ICE, as the SEC set to propose ban on volume-based price breaks for brokers, and they're set to vote on that. And just be aware of a community alert. Pemex reports, quote, an odor that smells like ammonia, which has been detected at the Deer Park refinery in Texas.
Shit, I didn't know my mic was on or off. Sorry. 350.
A bit more from Pemex is currently investigating to determine if the
What's the
source
news
of the
with
odor
ARM?
is from the facility
Oh,
or
ARM
from an
made the
off-site
move.
source.
Shit.
So just to recap
I
here,
missed
Pemex
it.
has
That would have
reported
been my
an odor
first
that
take
smells like
profit down
ammonia
here,
detected at
guys.
Deer Park, and
That
it's
was on the
investigating
list.
to
Hopefully you guys
determine
took
if it
advantage
is
of
from the
it.
facility itself or from
Look at
off
that,
the
right
site.
off of that level there. That was these green lines are take profit targets. All right, that's take profit targets. Wow. Brutal. What's China ADRs doing? Does anybody see anything with relative strength today? Let me make sure my stuff isn't frozen as well, because that would suck. Alright. Okay, we're good.
And just further rhetoric from US President Biden. He came to Israel with a
right
single
now.
message to Israel: you are not alone. Again, it does follow the comments earlier when he reiterated that US has Israel's back.
President Biden is speaking now.
Alright, so Baba's trying to get a bounce. It should be coming into an area of, it's not necessarily resistance, but... Yep, and it's sick. It's sick. Alright, SPY big pop here on no volume. I don't think it was... Again, what did we say? 435. Do you guys want to hear the speech on? Do you want to hear Biden? I don't know if he's making the markets go up or not. He hasn't said anything from what I've.
NVDA, NVIDIA expands robotics platform to meet the rise in generative AI. That's the outcome. Period. The brutality we saw would have cut deep anywhere in the world, but it cuts deeper here in Israel. October 7th, which was sacred Jewish holiday, became the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It has brought to the surface painful memories and scars left by millennia of anti-Semitism.
All right, that's a nice bounce, guys and girls. If there's any women here, if you guys could do us a solid, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. We greatly appreciate you. We love you. We're ready to make some money here this week. Ready to help you guys find opportunity. Have you guys help me find opportunity. This is a two-way street here, bruh. Let me see. Let's see if there's a nice support level there. Again, I wouldn't trust so much that bounce. That was really low. It wasn't an increase in volume. I'm still with the 435 short until we regain 435 and hold it. Short the pops. We shorten pops. Pops, you're getting shorted. All right. MSOS is another stock that was going, guys. I don't know if there's any news related to it or not. And again, if you guys want to watch Biden, just let me know. Come on. Love for you, and I promise you, you'll be walking along some days and say, what would she or he want me to do? Your smile when you pass a place that reminds you of them. That's when you know. When a smile comes through your lip before a tear in your eye, that's when you know. Where is... Yeah, that's another thing, guys, was... USO.
Bring that, bring you down, bend your will, break your resolve. But they never did, and they never will. Instead, we saw incredible stories of heroism, courage.
I'm so upset I missed that bounce, guys. Wow, look at gold. Look at gold. Look at that volume today in gold, guys. Watch out. Watch out. That's it. I'm putting it on, baby. Damn, I should have got it on Friday. Damn it. Fuck. 181.10. If we can get 181.10, I'm going to look to go long. Right? That's what she said. She said I was looking long. Sorry for that inappropriate joke, but I'm only human. I'm only human. Wow, man. How did I not... Like, I missed the short side, and I just completely missed the upside. I guess with the rise in energy, we should have seen that coming. So I guess we can take it that energy is more important than the cost of the dollar, or the price of the dollar. Right? I mean, the dollar, if you were to look at the dollar, it doesn't look too much different. Look at the gap ups. Unbelievable, guys. Wow. I guess you would be buying the top here. Unbelievable gold. Or unbelievable. Just look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days. 2 weeks. You have went. Let's see here. You've went 14, damn near 14%. Damn near 14% on GLD in 9 days. Nice double top on the S&Ps, guys. That's a really nice double top there.
And just note via Axios, shortly after President Biden has met Israeli war cabinet, Israel announces it will allow the entry of humanitarian aid to Gaza from Egypt, according to Israeli officials. And meanwhile, as was flagged up in advance, Biden says that he will be asking Congress for an unprecedented support package for Israel later this week.
Since this terrorist attack took place, we've seen it described as Israel's 9/11.
All right. See if we start getting. See, I don't see us breaking up through this level of 435, 435.50. I don't really see us breaking down past 433. We could. We get to 432.50. I'm sorry. 432, 432.50. Right? You're talking $1.50 to the upside and downside. We're literally just sitting at this range. We need a bounce here. We turn this area again into resistance. That's no bueno. It's no bueno. I hope you guys are having a great morning, by the way. Why do I still have a daily chart up? Oh, man. That sickens me that I missed that gold. Wow.
While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes. I'm the first U.S. president to visit Israel in time of war. I've made wartime decisions. I know the choices are never clear or easy for leadership. There's always cost. It requires being deliberate. It requires asking very hard questions. It requires clarity about the objective.
No. Oh, man. Oh, I was going to say, man, hopefully it didn't clear it out. I got nervous there for a minute. Anybody here? How you guys doing? Do you guys talk to me? Am I here alone? What up? I'm bored here. All right, so... All right, so there's a nice little resistance level. Is that the Qs? That looked like a nice short right there, didn't it? Right there at VWAP. Looks like a nice short. We haven't really moved that yet today, so don't get tricked. Don't be that guy. That looked like a nice. There you go. You had some nice volume right there. You had some really nice volume right there.
President Biden said vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas, and Palestinian people are struggling and suffering greatly as well.
Well, they need to overthrow the government, and then we need to give them some guns. We need to give them a nice army that they can defend their
and President
land
Biden,
from
just again,
terrorists,
just
so they don't
stating
get
that based on the
screwed by
information the US has seen, Gaza hospital blast appears to be a result
the
of
other
an
goofballs
errant
that
rocket
start
fired
this
by a
shit.
terrorist group.
It's sad. It is. It's sad all the way around. Over what? Religion? That may not even be true. None of it may not even be true. And here you are just blah, 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 screaming on the top of your lungs over some dumb shit and hating. Like, it's sad. It's sad. It really is.
FBYG, Falcons Beyond Global, halted on a circuit breaker, very low volume on that.
I just demanded that the United States fully adjust demand that the United States fully supports.
$20.19 up.
$100 million in new U.S. funding.
All right. So I'm okay with not trading today. Yesterday I was a little, like, hey. But today I'm okay with not trading today. I really am. I really am.
Biden said allocating $100 million in U.S. humanitarian
I want to bounce. I want my bounce and I want it now. It's my bounce and I want it now. JG Wentworth, where we give you your short entries. We give you your bounce. Yo, can you front me that 105.07 bounce? Can you front me that 50-day moving average rejection off of that? Yeah, sure. Here's your 105.50 rejection. But if it doesn't reject, you owe us. Oh, nah, man. That check's in the bank. Just got to clear.
Think about October 7th, the Jewish holiday. We read about the death of Moses.
Again, it pays to be patient, guys. It really does. Let me make sure that real quick that I've moved these moving averages to where they are, as I thought I didn't.
Until Moses died, his memory, his message,
All right, so
lived down through generations of the Jewish people as well as many others. And just as the memory of your loved ones will live on as well. After reading the story of Moses' death, those who observed the holiday began reading the Torah from the very beginning.
I mean, look at that, guys. Look at that uptrend, and then just
Two things.
breaks down. Boop.
When we get knocked down, we get back up again.
Well, hopefully not AMD and Nvidia.
And second,
This would be a nice area, guys. That's so clean.
back to the beginning.
That would be such a nice, clean area to get short from at 105, guys. I'm going to try and get it. I'm going to try and get 105, 104.70.
In the darkness,
I'm going to try and get it. I'm going to wait and be patient. Oh, man. Man, look at the SPY ripping, running and gunning. And where'd it peak at? 435. It's starting to turn itself around, guys. It is. It's starting to turn itself around.
because they live in darkness.
AirPods are on.
Nations of conscience like the United States and Israel
What was that big pop from?
measured solely by the example.
I need to know.
And we're measured by the power of our example.
I need to know.
And that's why, as hard as it is, we must keep pursuing peace. Must keep pursuing the path so that Israel and the Palestinian people can both live safely, in security, in dignity, and in peace.
All right, so I'm going to give you guys the exact level on the SPY that I'm watching, because I think it's important to know this level, and it may not look clear on my
And
on
Biden
my
just confirming
monitor.
what we just heard a short while ago from Axios. There is an agreement with Israel to allow humanitarian aid to move through Egypt to Gaza.
Okay,
And once again, the president
right here,
reiterating
guys.
support for a two-state solution.
435.2, 435 area. Yes,
Folks,
right
in around
there.
10 minutes' time, we do have the
0.2,
weekly
boop, right
EIA
there. That is
energy
your
inventory
key
data for the week
area
of the
that
13th
we need to
October.
watch
Given
for.
Biden speaking on geopolitics, which is the key market driver at the moment, I would refer you to the newsfeed if you want to see the expectations. We will, of course, score the data as normal at the bottom of the hour. We just want to keep focus on the president at the moment.
Just before the 1973 Yom Kippur War. And she flipped them upside
Hold
down,
on.
telling me how bad things were and how terrible they were. All of a sudden she looked at me, she said, "You like a photograph?" I looked at her.
Yep, right here, guys. That's our area we need to watch for, because
I think it's marble floor.
if
Walked down the hallway. We walked down there, a bunch of photographers standing in front of us. We were standing shoulder to shoulder. Without her looking at me, she said to me, knowing I could hear her, "Why do you look so worried, Senator Biden?" And I said, "Worried? Like, of course I'm worried." And she looked at me and she didn't look. She said,
politicians always paint these pictures, guys.
"We Israelis have a secret weapon. We had nowhere else to go."
Yeah, right here, guys. 435. This is our level. If I show it to you on a 5-minute chart, you guys will see it's an inflection point. Yeah, 435.
Good days to come. And they will come. As you say in Hebrew, which I'm not going to attempt to do because I'm such a terrible.
All right. Yep, 435, guys. That's a key level here. What do we have on the 1 minute? Let's see if we put in a flag here and try to break above it. I will wait for the retest, guys. I will. I'll wait for the breakout. We do have let's look at the volume. You have a nice increase in volume. That's good. What's your red line? Blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. You can... Wait, I was supposed to be quiet. That...
So, folks, just to highlight, President Biden has concluded his remarks. He didn't take any questions at that presser. He did confirm some of the reporting that has been reported overnight as well as earlier today. Based on the information, the U.S. has hospital strike appeared to be caused by an errant rocket fire from a terrorist group in Gaza, and Israel agreed to allow humanitarian assistance into Gaza. It looks like a combination of those two headlines has helped the risk environment perk up a little. So we did see some downticks in energy.
I was hoping to get a nice pennant here. It doesn't look like we are.
Bond complex, by contrast,
I guess you are getting
a bit more reticent to move.
I guess that would be a real flag, right? That's probably a real bull flag. But I mean, because I never. Well, I guess I have. But all right, let's see here. So notice how it closed above the close of that initial pop candle, right there at 430, 493. So we're struggling up here a little bit. We have volume. You have volume. There's the break above. Just seems like it. And all right, so if we break 435, right, we just held it. Let's see if we go higher. Where would that take us? Where is that going to take us to? You want me to be brutally honest, guys? It's not much further. 436. Is really what I see. Well, 435.79. 435.79. Keep that in your back pocket because I want to see if we reclaim it. Or 435.86 maybe? Oh, there's the rejection anyway. See what you do here at the 9 EMA at the double top. Look at that, right? You have a double top right with the 9 EMA all lining up in that area. See if you get buy orders coming through there. You're not. You got, nope, you're not getting it. You are, yeah. So
I
you
do
see
believe
that
this might have been
they're
reported
kind of
earlier,
fighting,
but
but
headlines suggesting
sellers
that
are
the US has
winning.
vetoed UN
Sellers
Security
are
Council
winning.
resolution
Yeah,
on Israel and
that's gonna
Gaza.
fall. Oh, let's make a rejection. Oh, look at them dip buyers.
So just to clarify, there was a Russian proposal yesterday that was vetoed and another one today that was also vetoed. And just to clarify, today's proposal was actually put forward by Brazil.
All right, let's see here. So I'm gonna watch. Well, that 435.86 area is not on watch anymore. There you go, guys. What did we say? 435. This. There was no other area I was gonna watch for other than 435. I know it's hard to see an increase in volume, and it, it's hard to get short up there, but you have to. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but if you're going to get short, that's what you want to see. There we go. AMD bounced into the 50-day moving average. Let's see what happens down here. You got the breakout. Let's see if this starts to shift the market, right? And start to bring in buyers here. Let's see if we get some buyers down here. Nope. Wow. Okay. That's hilarious. What the hell? Shoom. Wow. Dude, this is insane. That's a crazy, like, you broke out, you pulled it right back to, it's like a break and retest all in 2 candles. It just looks funny. All right. Let's see here. So, where's JP Morgan? Man, it sucks to say it, guys, but it's looking like, the consolidation inside out type of day is on the table. It really does. As of right now. So I'm going to look to see if I can find something that has some relative strength. Do you guys see anything with relative strength? Oh, wow. Look at this pattern, guys, on Google.
So it's around 2 minutes now to the bottom of
look
the
at
hour, and
that.
we'll be getting the weekly EIA energy inventory data. Headline crude stocks expected to draw 300,000. Distillates expected to draw 1.36
Possible
million.
incoming rocket.
And gasoline seen drawing 1.1 million.
Northern Israel. Let's see. Volume is still very low.
Coming up, and gasoline inventories in the next minute.
Let's see here.
So, contain versus escalate. What constitutes escalate so that it would impact the U.S. outlook? That's going to be a little bit beyond my pay grade in terms of what I don't think any of us know. But
about a minute now to the bottom of the hour.
Indicator on what the market's trying to signal on that, but it's just something that we're going to have to monitor. It's hard to presume a base case, and what we're going to presume, if you will, is it remains somewhat contained around the confines of what's currently being discussed. I think we heard that from the
FBYD resuming.
The focus is going to be.
There's spiking again now, 25.3.
By some of the improving breadth last couple of days. Not that it leads us higher, but does it reinforce, I don't know, 4,300 as some support?
Well, like we've been saying,
I wonder if that's a failed breakout. I'm not sure, though. Yeah, there's like volume everywhere. I noticed the same thing. Oh, god damn it. There it was, guys. What'd I say? One level, 435. I had one level on my mind, and that was
10
435. 10 seconds to what? Liftoff? Lunchtime? Shit. You gotta be shitting me, guys. You gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me.
Crude draw 4.491 million.
Oh,
Not seeing the Cushing number just yet. Distillate Cushing draw 758,000. Distillate draw 3.185 million. Gasoline draw 2.371 million. Refinery utilization up 0.4. We had expected up 0.1. It appears that the production stat 13.2 million, that would be unchanged on the week. So just recapping on those data there. Headline crude stocks draw 4.491 million. That is much larger than the expected draw of 300,000, although it does chime with the API report yesterday, which did report a draw of around 4.4 million. Cushing stocks draw 758,000. For reference, the folks over at the API reported a draw of around about 1 million barrels. Distillate stocks, they draw down by 3.185 million, larger than the expected draw of 1.36 million. API reported a draw of 600,000, so it's larger than was reported by them. Gasoline stocks draw 2.371 million. We had expected a draw of 1.1. And for reference, the API reported a draw of 1.6. Meanwhile, production 13.2 million barrels a day unchanged. Refinery utilization up 0.4. We had expected up 0.1.
Explore purchases smaller packages of the NBA. So it looks like they're negotiations. Well, there it was, right? Went right to 435, and we pull it right on back to 433.50. About 350. I think we go to 432, like 432.50 area, which we haven't done that yet. If we break below this white dotted line, this first one that's angled, that's gonna be. We dip below there, guys. We might be in trouble. And if we do, I'm going to look for the break. I'm going to wait for it to bounce back right to it. I'm going to put that short on. And I'm going to get some time on it. I'm going to hang on that. Just not sure if it breaks it just yet. All right, so there was our second chance at AMD.
And just seen in recent trade a new high here for the dollar index, 106.46 last up 2/10. Yesterday's high 106.52 looms to the upside as the next technical point to look at.
We have a lot of. I was gonna say we have a lot of volume there, but it doesn't seem to be the case today.
And geopolitics is well just confirming some of the reporting we've heard from the US side. PM office says will not prevent Egypt from delivering food, water, and medicine to civilians in South Gaza.
Let's put it on. Let's do it. Shit, man. Fuck. I'm gonna wait. I think I missed it. I missed it. So.
This is definitely happening that we're seeing friendshoring. Yes, it's a good term, but it's just called diversifying your supply chain, not putting all your eggs in one basket.
See if you get a bounce here. There she is. You get a nice little bounce. And yeah, I want to bounce back to like 103.89, 103.90, and watch the markets.
U.S. crude stocks at Cushing, Oklahoma fell last week to the lowest level since October 2014.
And one of the things that is the big misnomer is, say, a company that's based somewhere, say Germany or Europe.
Man, that's a really low volume, guys. That's some low volume on AMD. So if you are thinking about AMD on the short side, just know that, right? Just know that the volume is really low.
That price is being severely impacted by zip code. I think this is a great investment opportunity, and we've seen over the.
I'm so ready to fucking kill it today, into the end of the week. There you go. You got a nice increase in volume on the Qs. Or the SPY. Sorry. Come on, give me a bounce, AMD. Fuck. I didn't get it, guys. I didn't take it yet. I'm not in anything. And I'm okay with that. And we said this morning 104.50, 105, right? 104 to 105 area, but specifically I wrote down AMD 104.69. 104.69, 105. 104.77. Man, that sucks. That sucks. I actually don't feel that bad because of how low this volume is. I feel like anybody that wants to short this is waiting for some volume to come in here. Let me make sure, though. Like, I want to see where we're at, you know, between yesterday and today. I can't believe that. Once again. Once again.
You see, for instance, Germany trades at 10 times.
Wow, it literally gave me my entry. It literally gave me my fucking entry. Oh my god, I'm gonna get sick. I'm gonna get sick.
The German 10 years below 3
Unbelievable.
and the U.S. 10 years pushing 5. So you have a German PE ratio of 10 and a bond rate below 3 versus S&P, which
That's
is
alright.
19.
We're gonna get over it. Because we're not gonna miss them again. We're not gonna miss them again. We will probably miss them again, but I'm gonna work to just sit like just whether I gotta put that order out early. Then you gotta worry about getting there and getting filled. But I mean, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? You gotta try and wait for the bounce backs. You can't just because more times than not, you're gonna get hurt just sitting on that with low volume down here, right? We said 106 or 104.69 to 105 was what I wrote down. The SPY has a little bit of volume with its downside, but AMD doesn't. And I feel like there's still a lot of people on the sidelines waiting for a bounce back. So. Fuck! That sucks. But it's all good. It's all good. So if you were with us, you could have gotten that. I went through all these pre-market. And like ARM bounced to 52.27 area short. And we would look to take take profit at 50. 52.69 is where it went to. Might have got AMD and ARM 69 mixed up. That's hilarious. I might have got that mixed up. But it's all good. Unbelievable.
Just going back to the dollar index, it has touched that high that we mentioned at 106.52. That does put the region of 106.60 into focus, potential double top area, and the region just above that as well, 106.62, my colleague flags as well. So that area between 60 and 62 coming into focus after 52 has given way.
And there it was, right? It looked like it was trying to trend higher, guys. And it did. That's just a pullback break retest. She coming higher for longer. I think you are in trouble though at 106.7. I mean, maybe you're not. Maybe it is just going to go higher. Maybe we are in trouble. I don't know. I gotta stay focused. I can't keep doing that. I can't keep because I feel like I'm all over the place. I need like man, that one hurts, right? That one hurts. That one hurts.
Are these new labor contracts coming into play?
Exactly. Labor contracts plus aircraft delays. We're seeing max delays. Kirby cut his max outlook for 23. But obviously United has 800 new aircraft coming in over the next decade. It's going to weigh on their free cash flow, and that's really what's weighing on their costs too.
That's unbelievable, guys. That's unbelievable. I can't believe it. I really can't. I cannot believe it. I can't fucking believe it. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cuss, but... And if you guys need to, I guess press forward. Make sure that it's live by sliding the thing forward. I don't know why it does it. I still have a lot to learn and figure out, I guess, for these lives. brutal day. Brutal day because there's a nice breaking retest on Microsoft. If you think you have more downside, get in. Train's leaving.
So, beneficiaries of it would be the short cycle Army exposed names like LHX and General Dynamics, I would say. What weapons does Israel need? Because President Biden said he's going to make an unprecedented request from Congress later this week, and who makes them? Missiles, munitions, and that's why we point to LHX. They just closed the deal with Aerojet on July 28th. That is a direct exposure to that, which they had zero.
So I just want to point out some reporting on social media. There are some loose reports suggesting that Paris's Gare du Nord station has been evacuated. Gare du Nord themselves say it's not happened just yet. The social media reports continue to suggest that the station is being evacuated. It is a key rail terminal for Paris. And again, this does follow a number of other areas in Paris which have seen evacuations on terrorist threats in recent days. We're just pointing it out, given the quite heightened reporting of it.
Yep. Oh my fucking god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Fucking dumbasses, man. I fucking hate people. Alright, Amazon, you do have a bit of support here at 128.69. Let's hope that there isn't anyone else in trouble. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to step outside a second. Let's hope there's nobody injured. Let's hope that everything's okay. And you know, it was nothing more than threats or something. I don't know. Let's hope it wasn't even that. But apparently, you just got that news here.
And also just to point out here, the long end of that curve, yields continues to rise. So yields for 30s back above 5% now. And yields pretty much at wides across the curve, with the exception of the 2 sector, but we are seeing some upticks there as well. Entire curve now negative. Again, in recent days, there has been some buying interest above these key levels in the long end of the curve, so we are monitoring with some interest over here. 30s at 5.0095 last, up around about 6 bips on the session.
I'm going to leave the mic on for the Squawk Box for you guys, too. I know you guys have one, but it's good, you know, there could be some that others aren't reporting on. Oh, the frustration, man. Oh, gosh. Gotta be on it. Gotta be ready to get the today, Junior, trigger, right? You gotta be able to fucking enter it. Excuse my language. I keep cussing and I don't want to do that. It's just frustrating, you know? Other than the stream, it's like trying to, you know, get these key entry points and it gives it to you and you're off looking at something else. It sucks. How many times does that happen? Probably a lot. I know you guys can relate. Right into that 50-day yesterday support level that broke. We finally got there. Oh, man. That hurts. That's what I was looking for. 104.69. And that's what I wrote. 104.69. AMD. And that's exactly where we got to. Isn't that funny? Oh, 58. It's no. Yeah, I wrote down 69. Yeah, I wrote 104.69. Know what? That's so weird. Yeah, I wrote down the top, but I don't have a trend line there. It's weird. Alright, there's a nice little retest of that trend. See if you can go up higher just a little bit. Look at that volume, guys. Please watch the volume because that could show you like, maybe we get an end of the day bounce. But you need consistency. You can't just have like one or two really big, you know, candles up to the upside and think that that's gonna, you know, provide you a bullish, you know, type of move, upside movement. But feels like we. It sucks. That sucks, man. 435 was I literally came on this morning and 435. That's the only level I'm concerned about that I want to watch. I'm only watching 435 on the SPY. Just for the SPY, that was, not anything else. Is that AMD now? So what is this? This is 102.30 to 105, we'll say. That's really nothing. 102. Yeah. It's $3. So far it's got a $3 movement. So we haven't done too much, ironically. I'll be right back. Let me go get something to drink. I'll be right back. I can't wait for this move on Tesla. It's going to give us so much opportunity. Once it picks a direction and starts going, watch out.
UAL, United Airlines CEO, says expect current stress in segments of industry is going to lead to structural changes. LA Foundation, for an even better future for United, at Uniform Alpha Lima.
$245. $245. $245. Oh wow, that's funny. I didn't even notice that. That's so funny. Look at this. It won't let me do it. Look at the pennant. Look. Boop. And then. Boop. That's so funny. Unbelievable.
UAL, United Airlines, says it saw no real change in domestic trends in the quarter, and in its quarter-over-quarter review, rather.
UAL, United executive says we saw no real change in our domestic trends in the quarter-over-quarter review. That's Uniform Alpha Lima.
Sorry, no, I'm a little groggy. I was up a little late and got up really early. And looking at this monitor once I sit here. That's why I'm going to get up. I got to get up and get moving a little bit, guys. I would suggest you guys to do it too. If you haven't done so already, let's do some push-ups. You know, get your body moving. Got to get that body moving. I'm going to run through some small caps and some other stuff here. We'll throw up what everybody's should be looking at, and that's AMD and NVIDIA. I'll be right back.
Independents are both in the area of saying, you know what, maybe the Fed, maybe the government should, they want to treat Israelis better, want the government to favor Israelis over Palestinians, but 57% of Republicans, they say they should favor Israelis over Palestinians. Guys, this is a fluid situation. I think that 19% who are undecided is a pretty significant number when it comes to who the government should favor. So, and there's also a significant number they're looking for both sides to be the same here. So President Biden obviously going with the public on that 74% number there and support for Israeli funding, but also some support out there for treating both sides the same.
Steve, do you know the average age of those you surveyed? Because I've been seeing increasing numbers about
And just note further commentary from the US side on the hospital incident. White House says current US assessment, based on analysis of overhead imagery, intercepts, and open source information, shows Israel not responsible for the explosion at the hospital in Gaza. That echoes what President Biden said at the actual event. Now, we did see a bit of a market move when Biden said it again, despite there being reports alluding to this earlier in the session, of course. So we're flagging it in that context.
Especially those 65 and older have increased their support for
And additionally, my colleague just pointing out that in wake of the Biden remarks, around about the 10:26 Eastern time, we did see it quite a large 2s5s steepen along the Treasury curve. It's about just under 30,000 in the 2-year against around 27,500 in the 5-year. Again, details on the news feed for those who like to monitor these things in our rolling headline.
Morgan Stanley shares slumping in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
CNBC Trend Tracker is sponsored by CME Group. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
I promise to always listen and give you my best advice.
I promise to help you build a legacy you want to leave.
As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interests first, always.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
Hi, it's Christina again. I'm here to tell you about an all-new special offer from my friends at Jacuzzi Bath Remodel that you don't want to miss. You already know, Jacuzzi has been making water-filled great.
Folks, just note as these treasury yields ticking up further downside in the equity complex as well. Loads of the day for the main equity futures. E-mini S&P down now around about 37 points, and the mini Nasdaq down around about 135 points.
You can afford. And best of all, they can install it in as little as 1 day with no stress and no mess. Are you ready to see your new shower? Here it is.
It's fabulous! Taking a shower had gone from being a joy to being a burden. I was afraid I would fall. I called in just 1 day. I had a shower I could feel safe in.
No matter your situation, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has a solution for you. From a safer, easy entry shower with features like grab bars and a custom seat to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home, to a stunning family bath, or how about a luxurious upgrade with a timeless design that will look great for years to come. Plus, they're built to last with a lifetime warranty from an iconic brand you know you can trust.
It is done the same day. We did not have to wait.
It's absolutely perfect. It's exactly what I was dreaming of. If you haven't already experienced what Jacuzzi Bath Remodel can do for you, your family, and your home, don't wait any longer. Now is the best time to call. It's never been easier. Take advantage of this special TV offer today.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-319-4208. That's 800-319-4208. Call now.
What was my ambition when I was starting out? Survival. Grew up pretty rough, and we ended up homeless when I was in high school. It really motivated me to have a career in which I wanted to have an impact on people's lives.
Just for those keeping an eye on US politics, House Republican Jordan wants the House to proceed with a vote on speakers at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
Everybody with an idea can bring it into reality. If I can do it, I want to show other people that they can do it too. I just want to bust the door wide open for everybody that looks like me.
Morgan Stanley continues to be one of the outstanding laggards of the day, one of the worst performers on the S&P on the back of its latest results. Let's get back to Leslie Picker, talk about some of the headlines today. Hi, Leslie.
Hey, Carl, yeah, quite a pronounced negative move for Morgan Stanley here. Despite beating on the top and bottom lines, shares, though, under pressure amid a clear and continued slump in investment banking, a decline in net interest income and wealth management.
House Republican Jim Jordan says wants the House to proceed with vote on his speaker's bid at 11 a.m. Also wants House to vote on increasing powers of acting Speaker Patrick McHenry. That from Reuters now.
And I personally don't think we're going to. He talked about monetary policy as it relates to the deposit mix within the firm's wealth franchise.
suspect the Fed will do one more rate increase at some, by the end of the year, I guess November. But that's likely to be it, and I do not expect the Fed to cut rates in 2024, but I do expect going forward after that. So given that, we're talking about 12 months. The cash has largely moved. It's moved, on the margin, you're going to have a little bit of NII impact over the next 12 months, but that's really not the real game. The real game is go forward after that.
That's when he predicts a huge uptick in transactions, as we highlighted last hour. As for succession, Gorman says they're well into the process of naming and choosing the new CEO, and, quote, we're getting close, he says, but they're not there yet. He said he doesn't want to give an exact time because that's a spoiler, guys.
Leslie, is that weighing on the stock? Is that an overhang?
The succession issues, I don't think it is today. I think it really comes down to what you're seeing in wealth management with regard to the lack of true tailwinds for net interest income. There were also significantly lower net new assets during the quarter, nearly half of what they were last year for this year. And a lot of that has to do with what he was talking about with regard to cash sortings, that clients can basically just go into cash and not pay any fees on that.
Yeah, I guess I was mentioning overall. I mean, in the last 3 months, Morgan Stanley's down almost 20%, worse than some of the other big banks. Perhaps in anticipation of all of this. Leslie, thank you.
Meantime, Squawk on the Street continues after this. Don't go away.
Guys, real quick, if anybody's here, 432.50. All right, look, we broke. Oh, okay, we did turn it into resistance on the 1 minute. What I'm looking at is the volume is starting to increase here. All right, the volume is starting to increase. Let me see. 432.50. So if I pull up an hourly chart, we have some nice. No, we're above it now. So we are. Hold on. All right, right here, right there has got to be the entry on the SPY. My thoughts, if you think, like, you don't want to short down here, you do have. It's tough, guys. I would not suggest shorting down here, but I would say that. So that's a low volume bounce back. All right, we're still connected. We're good. That's NVIDIA. AMD is a really weak stock. Oh, man. I could scalp. I could get a scalp in, but I don't want to do that. I want to get a nice trade under my belt. All right, 432.50. This is a key area. Why is that? Because
and for brokerages, the SEC votes 3-2 to propose ending transaction price discounts for high volume brokerages on stock exchanges.
Okay, of course that news comes out right now as we're at
US
this level.
Brokers like CME and ICE. SEC
So
votes 3-2 to propose ending transaction price discounts for high volume brokerages
even if
on
this
exchanges.
thing does break down, guys, which I feel like we could do, it's like, you don't want to take a guess at like the levels. Let's just watch here, because look, guys, this whole area up here is low in volume. This whole area from 429, 430 and above to 435, 438 has all been low volume. You want to think about that stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to watch and see. Okay, so this is a 3-minute chart here that I have up. I'm going to watch to see if okay, so 432.50 is support still, kind of. And it's all right, because what I'm saying is we should have room to 430, 429. Well, you have Wix down to 430. I just wonder if see, this is why it's. I needed to see a break of the level of 432.50, and I want to see like a nice increase in volume, but the volume is pretty low. the first hour of the day. We're working on our second hour. From 8:30, 9:30, or 9:30, 10:30 of 11. Be from 9 o'clock.
Raw nerves that the market has had out exposed for a while. Beyond that, it's hard to sort of point to anything except a little bit of a.
Oh, okay. That started at 10. I see. I see what's going on here. Hold on.
FBYD, Falcon Beyond Global, hitting new highs now 39.50.
Yeah, so we're working on it out. Let's see if we can get a nice bounce here. See if we get some nice buying going in, and
We've been in this very anxious range back and forth. Just a lot of, macro crosswinds. Obviously, oil is not great going up for definitely the wrong reasons.
because I think we have resistance again at 434. It's like, we could just have a choppy inside-out day, guys. If you want to look for a scalp, you could look for a 433.88, long up to 433.88. All right, 433.88. Right around, the initial, this low here, this inside, like you can see it's where you found previous support and ran higher. Right. Let's watch, see what we got going on here. I'll be right back though. That's my plan. I'm kind of waiting. The downside, if we continue with downside, we'll see 430. That'll be my level. But I'm going to be patient. I'll be right back. I'm going to feed my cat.
Some more commentary from United Airlines UAL. Says they are facing sizable headwinds with labour and expectation of a new flight attendant agreement and continued higher maintenance expenses. And just so you're aware, G7 officials, they are reportedly planning a technical meeting to discuss 4 proposals for a Russian diamond ban plan on Thursday, according to sources citing documents. Let's repeat that there. G7 officials plan a technical meeting to discuss 4 proposals for a Russian diamond ban plan on Thursday, according to sources and documents cited by Reuters.
Get the sense that the Fed is done, or maybe you want to be selling the first cut? Yeah, I mean, we're underweight equities right
So like we said, we watched the IWM just give back everything that it did yesterday. It's still making a new low, so that's not helping the markets out at all whatsoever. It's not helping the markets out. There's the Dow. That's a nice retest on the Dow. You can see some selling there. Just going to browse real quick. Little double bottom on Home Depot. Just looking at some Dow names. Look at Boeing. That's a nice little double bottom on Boeing, guys. See if it does try to bounce itself back. But again, the trend is to the downside. We'll keep an eye on that. MSOS was another stock that was going higher. Not sure what's going on and why it is, but you know, gotta watch liquidity with MSOS.
So for Microsoft, MSFT, Senator Warren, what are you writing to Microsoft? About reports it owes about $29 billion in taxes. Warren does question Microsoft by the IRS and taxes. It's commentary from Brazil's central bank chief, Campos Neto.
What was
In
that?
terms of monetary policy, all eyes now are in the pricing of the US yield curve.
I missed it. I don't know what small cap is up to. Let me see if I can find it.
How much are they priced in already? And that's where I think there's some good news when you see real yields at 2.4%, which we haven't seen in 15 years and probably even a few years before that. I think you're being compensated for that.
FBYD. Oh, is that it? FBYD. It's halted. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, guys. $10 to left. Damn. That is very low volume. That is very low volume. Man, this 432.50 breaks on the SPY, guys. It's got to hold. This level's got to hold. If we break 432.50 area, that we put in a new low. Say hi to 430. I hope everyone here is having a great day. If you could do us a solid, hit the like button, subscribe, share this with someone, even if it's a random, share it to an email, something. It would help somebody out there that's looking for a place to trade and hang out, go through some ideas. It would help them find us, and that's what we're doing here, trying to build a nice, good community of traders. So this has moved 4 times its ATR, which is pretty big, which doesn't matter in cases like this. Let's go to the daily chart and see if there's even some opportunity here. Was this an IPO recently? I don't know what. Abby, what's wrong, Bill? What's wrong? But again, we've been seeing these a lot. Right? The gap and go, gap and go, gap and go. What is wrong, Boo-Boo? I know.
One other thing that we're watching is the backlash after that explosion at the hospital in Gaza. Hamas now says 5
Abby, come on.
they're blaming Israel.
Alright, so FBYD is on the list. I don't know what caused this thing to go ripping and roaring like it did. I don't have much price action. I don't know if this is an IPO or what this is. But SASI? Hi, sweetheart. Hold on, baby girl. SASI? Gosh. She's such a punk. I love her to death. She's such a punk. Alright, so ASAI...
More from BCB Chief Campos Lito says we do see liquidity tightening for emerging countries.
Sigma, additive, let's see.
No, I think it's very interesting, and I think it's going to be, though, when we see these protests,
You're okay.
a difficult and long sell to get
You're okay,
the rest of us
Boopo.
watching this so closely around the globe to accept that, because right now, as we've seen visually and physically with these protests, there are a lot of people who don't believe that Israel wasn't involved in that situation at the hospital.
Yeah.
Jay, thanks for that. Talking a bit.
Looks like the S&Ps are struggling here. See if we can just get a nice pop. Just boom, boom, boom. Yes, like that. But we need to extend even more. So we're pretty weak.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
Looks like here we have an extension higher to try and get up off of that level, right? And then it pulls it back, tries one more time, and I wonder if this time it fails. Wonder if we put in a new low. Or if it's just going to... Yeah, see, it needed to hold. It's tough. It needs to hold there, yeah. It needs to hold there. Alright, do they send it up? Here we go. 432.48, hold. Wick down to it. Let's turn this ship around. I just don't know why we would go test 430 right now if we don't really have a reason to, or if there is a reason, I don't know the reason, or if they're going to already price in a not so good Netflix Tesla earnings, if they're going to try and get ahead of it. We did break below that, you know, the uptrend on this pennant. We do have that. Man, small caps are going. This is why it's good to be, you know, a trader that can trade a lot of things, because you're going to have days where small caps are giving you the opportunity. You're going to have days where large caps are, you know. So you want to be a well-rounded trader. At least it helps. Let's see. So there you go, 432.97. You have a gap down here too, guys. You have a gap down here, in that 430 area. It's right here. There's your gap. It feels like we are going to get down there. I just, you know, we don't really have that much volume. Right? This is where all your volume is. Low volume. Decent. Okay, somewhat low. You know what I mean? Like, look at that open. It's way down there. Way down there. Way down there. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, our volume is down there at like underneath of 430. But come on, Spike, just bounce this thing back, baby. Bounce it back. Bounce it back. You can do it.
Some pivotal earnings coming for Tesla.
You can do it.
The street is a bit worried with some slowing demand and margin pressure after Tesla missed delivery estimates in Q2. And then, as you probably know, cut prices again. Stock might be in for a volatile trade if margins miss tonight as well. Shares are down about 13% since the last earnings report in July, and this morning down another 2% plus.
Let's take a look at some of the regional banks. Big earnings movers.
All right, 433 or 432. All right, so we pretty much got our feel on the S&Ps.
Revenue and net interest income coming in under the consensus. Stocks up 3%. Joining us for a closer look.
All right, so here is SASI. I don't know if it was halted too or not. What was the other one? FBYD. FBYD is halted again, I guess.
I think the banking system has stabilized tremendously since the early months of this year.
Sorry, I didn't mean to move that.
I think the momentum in our economy is starting to slow down a bit, but overall, I think the banking system has reached a very strong and stable point.
It's not strong. It's only stable because of what the Fed's doing. There you go. There's your bounce on the S&Ps that we need. We need a bounce. It's a nice little double bottom there. See if we start working ourselves back up to VWAP. I haven't made any trades today because I missed. I was looking at something else when AMD got to that 104.69 was my level, right? 104.71, 104.69 was what I wrote down. I missed that, and we pulled right back off of it, and you know, it is what it is. I missed it. I was looking at something else. I'll just wait for another lower high. I'll wait for another lower high. Because it'll be really nice when we catch this thing when the market's, you know, whether if we catch it to the upside or downside. But when the market is in an uptrend and a downtrend, and we have the markets behind us, that's going to be a nice day to grab it.
A positive surprise.
So I look for tomorrow and Friday to be hopefully some decent days that we'll look to take advantage of. You know, to make us some good money. There were plenty of opportunities. Don't get me wrong. I just missed them. AMD, that would have been a really nice trade. What was it? American Airlines, right? Really bad earnings today. I think it was them. No, they have earnings 10/19. So, UAL? UAL? Might have been UAL. Yes, I think it was UAL was the one today that got hurt. So, all right, there's another rejection, guys. That's another rejection so far. See if you get that bounce and break through it. We'll see. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. Just give me 1 second. I would love to be short AM or JP Morgan, but I just don't think there's enough movement. I don't know how well it's gonna pay or not pay, right? Especially being in options. Boo boo, you can't have no chips. I'm sorry. You can't have no chips. I would give you one if you could eat it. Okay? You can't have none. I'm sorry. You have food. A tiny piece. And look, she don't even want it. So now she knows she don't want it. She jumped down. Alright.
The services covered under original Medicare, then a Medicare supplement plan pays for some or all of your Medicare deductibles and the 20%
Alright.
co-insurance. But
nice rejection on Bank of America. Volume doesn't seem to be too bad on that day 2 continuation on Bank of America. I guess when it makes that noise, it is, I guess, some decent news that comes through. He's already on his way back? Damn, that was quick. What the hell did you go over there for that you couldn't do on a Zoom meeting or something?
You're covered for preventive services like annual mammograms and prostate exams. There's a $0 copay for routine vaccines and telehealth visits. And you get worldwide coverage for emergencies when you travel. You get
Man, I missed that. I can't believe I missed that move.
on your out-of-pocket costs. So call or go online today.
So you are aware some commentary from the UN Middle East peace envoy says risk of an expansion of this conflict is real, very real, and extremely dangerous. So note for Procter & Gamble PG, probably said to be considering options for the Sassoon China, including a sale. Since Procter & Gamble, ticker P&G, said to be considering options for its Sassoon China, including a sale, said to consider $1 billion sale of its Sassoon's China business, according to Bloomberg.
Yeah, so I don't. Man, I wouldn't mind taking a meta short here, guys.
NFLX with earnings coming after the bell tonight. Julia
But
Borden has more on what to expect. So did it, Julia? Well, that's the big question, Sarah. This
FBYD
quarter
has
Netflix really
resumed in
cracked down
Mountain
on
View.
passing shares, so we'll see if they
FBYD, they said, just started to resume.
to get those freeloaders to start paying for the service. Now, the street's projection of 5.5 million subscribers, that's the number to watch from the year-ago quarter's 2.4 million additions. Netflix shares are down over 11% in the past month, with about half of the analysts now rating the stock a hold or a sell.
Okay, so that's a halt down with the increase in volume. Halt down with the increase in volume. I mean, you did have a lot of bidders sitting there. See if it gets halted again. I was talking and the mic was off, so I do apologize.
You see where the Atlanta Fed GDP now estimate has been left unchanged today at 5.4%.
All right, so we're getting this. You got Atlanta Fed GDP now. All right. 5.4, previously 5.4. 17-week bill auction coming in. All right, what we got? Let's see. Not sure if I had the mic on when I was saying, but Atlanta Fed GDP now came in 5.4. 17-week bill. Let's see what's going on here. I don't waiting for release. Okay.
Seeing the latest 4-month bills from the US. There's a high yield of 5.355%, bid to cover 3.27 times.
I just missed it. Okay, there it is. 56 billion is 17-week bills at 5.355%, covered 3.27 times.
For United, so that's weighing on the sector generally. That's a big issue.
So some commentary from SEC Chair Gensler. I was just noting how the SEC is still weighing a Bitcoin ETF proposals. As Gensler says, SEC is still weighing a Bitcoin ETF proposals.
Man, let's see. Let's go look at a weekly chart real quick. Because I'm kind of curious where we are on the SPY and stuff. Oh, man, my thumb. Fuck. Don't you hate when you, like, pull it back too far? Ah. Fuck. I don't know what I hit it on. Alright, so we are a big... Ah, no! Hold on, I'll be right back. I don't even know what I was gonna say now. Um. That might be it, guys. For the morning. So I may go do a couple things. Take care of some other stuff, and we do have. We do have that FBYD. I was gonna say that gap down with higher volume. It's the 2750 is the area I'd be watching.
From State Street, STT does see net interest income at the higher end of the $550 to $600 million range. It'll be per quarter for the 2024s. As you were in Italy, this is San Paolo was leaning towards boosting capital rather than paying government bank tax according to sources. But there for ISPIM.
Learned when I was governor, don't get involved in legislative leadership races. It's a loser when you're running for the executive spot. But what I would say is just get a speaker. You know, we have Israel aid, Ukraine aid, aid to Taiwan, border security, and a budget. All to get done. And none of that can get done without a speaker. So let's just get somebody and let's move on.
Can it be through a pro tem status, expand some powers, or do you want a real next in line? Done.
I prefer next in line done, Carl, because I think that if you have a pro tem, what stops these 8 from going and doing the same thing to that person? If it were McHenry, for instance, who I like a lot, I think he's a very good guy. But if it were him, if he does one thing they don't like, then he's out.
What up, bro? How you doing today, buddy? I just seen that. Yeah, SASI. There's a couple of them. Yeah, there's a couple, man. I was just listening to Chris Christie about this. Yeah, that's. That was a nice move. I feel like it's taking a little too long to consolidate up there. It's got to make something happen. That's a pretty quick rejection on lower volume to break out to a new high. So maybe it pulls back. I was just thinking, like, what I'm gonna do. I had AMD right where I wanted it, and as soon as I turned away from looking at it, it ends up going up to that, I think, what I write down, 4, or not 4, I was sitting here thinking about the SPY, yeah, 104.69, 104.69 to 105 is what I wrote. I was looking around from NVIDIA and a few other things, and it went and pretty much hit it on a T. I think it went to like 104.71 or something. I missed the short there. That would have been a nice opportunity, but you know, it is what it is. It did it. I wasn't looking at the time. You know, I thought after this pullback, like, and I said right off the bell, as soon as we opened, I said, you're going to be able to buy this dip for a nice scalp long. You could scalp this thing long, you know, to get it up into this area. And then, it pulled back, it struggled, and I said again, I'm like, this is probably a good long, but I'm not going long. I went short up at 105, 104.69, and it got there. But when it got there, I wasn't there. I wasn't there, and I go back and look, and when I came back to it, this thing was like pretty close to VWAP. It was pretty close to VWAP, so I missed that one, but it's all good. I'm back. I'm back in the saddle. I'm excited. Like, all this is showing me that, you know, it doesn't take me very long to, you know, figure out what the game plan is, and the game plan's working, and I'm really happy that I fixed my charts. I don't think it's like hard to think, well, how come it's so hard with your charts with, you know, with what I had? But it really does. It makes a huge difference. The SPY, 432.50 support, 435. 435, I came in, I said that's the only thing, that's the only level I'm looking at for the SPY. Do we break it and hold 435, or do we just turn it into resistance? If we do, we're going down to 432.50. That's exactly what I said this morning. We don't get through 435, we're going right to 432.50, and we stay in that $2-3 range. Right, until we get these earnings. But we are struggling here, so we might say hello 430 later on. It might start right now. It might. If you can get an increase in volume, because it's been low volume, we could see 430 starting like right now. We could. I could see it. I could see it. Fuck. I should go take it, but hey, you got some buying it. It might not. If it does go to 430, it's not with a bunch of pullbacks. So if you're thinking about options on that, give yourself a couple weeks. But yeah, how did you do today, man? Yeah, on that. Yep, I feel. How did your day go today, man? Alright, here goes AMD. Why is the volume like this?
It allowed us to eliminate 683 programs, and we balanced the budget without raising taxes. Now, you're not going to do that at the federal level in a year or even 4 years. Given a $2 trillion deficit, it's going to take you 8 years of that kind of discipline. But it doesn't mean not spending on defense. It means let's get real about entitlements.
Yeah, it looks like this thing is going to start rolling over. Things might roll over. But there was a little opportunity to make money, so we could start to see some of these roll back over on low volume or bounce back up, whatever's already down. And we kind of just have an inside out day. State Street sees NII at higher end of USD. 550 to 600 million range per quarter for 2024.
But the president ultimately has to sign a budget or not, and we need a president who's going to look at them and say, we have to do better, and we're going to do better.
I'm very focused on this foreign policy picture that you're painting. So if it is going to all come down to the U.S. versus China, we know President Trump's strategy there, right? Tariffs, confrontation. How is yours different?
Well,
how do we deal with China?
Much different. First of all, this tariff business that he's doing has proven ineffective. Do we see Chinese behavior changing? We don't. In fact, in many ways, we see it getting worse, right? It has not worked, and it's not worked economically for the American people or the American workers. So we have inflation because of increased prices, that, of the imports coming in, the tariffs are just being added on. Look, you can either be legitimately smart and tough, or you can be a TV tough guy. No offense, okay? And Donald Trump is a TV tough guy.
I don't know about that, Chris Christie. The only thing I have to say about Trump is he put together a great squad. And that's the one thing we all got to give him credit for, is putting together the right people in the cabinet.
Of what they promised to do on the agriculture side. I mean, he is full of it, guys.
He's really not. He puts together a good team. Mad Dog Mattis. Just everyone. I really liked the cabinet that he had. I did. Doctor, what's her name? What's his name?
The foreign policy has to be reasoned and direct. We have to have an adversarial relationship with China. We're competitors. But we have to be engaging them and saying,
Let's see here. What am I? Let's see. Oh, I'm already on Meta. Amazon.
There has to be some part of you that is surprised that the indictments and the misspeak that you reference hasn't taken a notch out of his polling.
Yeah, I mean, the indictments in particular, yes. But I think that that's a product of the fact that a lot of people in our party believe these are Biden indictments, that they're biased. Now, I look at the two federal indictments, quite frankly, Carl, I think he's in very big trouble in both of them. The two state indictments, I think, are a little bit different. But the federal indictments, I think he's got a real problem with. And look, I did this, as you know, for 7 years as the U.S. attorney in the 5th largest office in the country. So I know what I'm talking about on this stuff. He's in trouble. trouble there. But politically, if you look at where he's weakest in Iowa and New Hampshire right now. His numbers are below 40 in both those places. That's because those voters have really started to pay attention. A lot of other voters in the country are just kind of reacting tribally. If I have a red jersey, I'm not going to allow you to criticize Trump, and if I have a blue one, I'm not going to let you criticize Biden. So I think as these races get more focused, and look, we're within 110 days of the Iowa caucuses. So I always said in running for office, things get serious when it's inside 100 days. That's when voters start to go, oh, okay, I'm going to have to vote in 3 months. What am I doing here? You're going to see that in Iowa and New Hampshire and to some extent in South Carolina as well. And then we'll see what Trump does.
Yeah, what about your own campaign? How is it going when it comes to the fundraising? Are you going to be at the next debate? I guess you have to
I feel very
on the polling.
Yeah, well, the polling, we've already made the polling numbers, Sarah, so we're qualified by the polling numbers. We're now working on the 60,000 donors. So go to chrischristie.com, donate $1, and since you asked, and you make sure that we're going to be on that stage. But I'm confident we will be.
But yeah, how'd everybody do today? I'm just curious. How'd everybody do this morning? Did you guys sit back, relax? Did you guys have a great morning, bad morning? How was it? Some pretty heavy resistance here on the SPY. Man, it wouldn't surprise me, but you know, if you Oh, Chris, stop. We just want the people just want a decent cabinet and a decent administration in there. Stop with all the BS. We can break. But yeah, I hope you guys had a great day. If you guys are hearing this, what I'm saying right now, you may not know until it's too late, but maybe press forward on the screen thing. I don't know how far behind the live stream for some reason, just like it'll go back a little bit. I don't know why. So you may have to like slide the thing forward, and I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't. It might be a little bit behind, but if you try and slide the thing forward, it's not far behind at all.
There's a potential note in the tech space. The European Commission has adopted recommendations to member states.
Yeah, I hope you guys have had a great day. If you didn't, go back to see what you did wrong. Right? Gotta have that plan. What do you think the overall markets are going to do? Do you think we're going to chop? Do you think, right? And how does that add to your thesis for whatever it is you're trading? I haven't looked at the VIX in quite some time. The dollar was starting to bounce a bit. So there's the VIX trying to curl itself up. Trying to think of how I could always... It's just like, I was thinking about a hedge, but if we're not moving, why would I want to hedge? You know what I mean? Why would I want to hedge if we're not, if we're just going sideways? I'd want to sell some spreads. I'm going to be patient again. Like I said, I had my plan this morning. Everything worked out pretty damn well. Everything worked out really well. And ARM was another one. ARM, this morning there was some news out. It got to my first take profit target. It actually left. Again, another one where I was looking around, and it got up into that zone, and then decided to pull back. If we get another attempt at like 52.10, 52 area, I may go ahead and put that short on that trade. All right, same thing for AMD. You just have to worry if, Tesla and or Netflix decides that they want to report good earnings and maybe raise guidance.
Where the Pemex
right?
Deer Park, Texas
and
plant
by how
has
much,
reported all clear after the earlier odor incident.
Banks so far have been good. I think it's just airlines that have just been hurting because of energy prices and some other reasons, I guess. I haven't really paid attention to. like I haven't listened to their earnings or anything, but you got to think if how much downside are we going to get? Again, that news for semiconductors is separates itself a bit from the markets, but if the markets decide to get a little bit of a low like a bounce because if the like if for some odd reason Tesla and Netflix decides to report and or raise guidance, you know, how does that short fare you overnight? You know what I mean? So that's what I'm a little cautious. I would much rather be able to like buy that pullback or short that bounce during the day when I know I have access to get in and out of positions trading options. Um, Bank of America was another one. It's kind of just late on them, guys. I was out scanning. The morning started off a bit slow. I thought about Bank of America a bit too late. It was already like back down here. It was this morning. It was like right around here. I was watching JP Morgan instead for some reason. But Bank of America just reported, and you still have that second day volume. Right? JP Morgan doesn't have any volume, and I thought about taking the short right here at this double top. We were there. We actually caught that. But I was like, it's trading sideways. If here's the low, here's the high, here's where it's at. You know what I mean? It's trading sideways, and it's going up and down, up and down, up and down. So if you're trying to buy puts, you're going to need some time, or you're just going to get that premium's just going to just get sucked out of it. It's going to move, and you're not going to make any money. You're going to be red, right? You guys got to know how options work. But if you do learn how options work and really fully understand them, fully understanding them as in like, I always give this like example. I was trading Coinbase. Coinbase might have some moves too after yesterday. I was trading Coinbase, I think it was. And yeah, see, look, damn, that sucks. So I was trading Coinbase, and I was going short. The plan was to go short. It kind of bounced a little bit and it was pretty early in the morning. On the pullback, it pulled back and then it bounced, right? So I got short the bounce, but then it went higher. Well, I knew from when I got in and that bounced back, like after it continued to go higher, I knew that even if this thing pulled back to where my entry... Oh, and it was also because, I'm sorry, it ended up, when I got in, I got the worst fill. And what it did was it pulled back on me, right? Because I'm going short, and it pulled back, so those puts went up. And then it rejected. I got filled, and then bang, it got rejected, because it just one of those things. It was out of my hands. You're gonna find weird things happen. And then it bounces back, and I'm red, and I'm like, okay, and I'm like, shit, and I'm watching these options, and I'm like, even right as I got in them and seen what happened and how that option reacted, I'm like, even when this thing does come back to where I'm at, I'm gonna be lucky to be like even. I'm gonna be lucky to be even. So sensing, if you're like, if you're going to be able to withstand pullbacks, right? How much green is it giving you? And then it gives you a pullback. Is it taking more away on that small pullback than it's paying you when it's going in your favor, right? Understanding the option price and how it's
BCB Chief Campos Nito
either
says,
going
I've never
to
said
pay you
anything
or
about
not pay you,
probability of future
right?
rate cuts being higher or lower. And they are
And that
currently
stuff does
running
come
at
with
a 50
time,
basis point rate cut pace.
right? That stuff does come with time. I remember that Coinbase trade, and I'm like, it was a trade that I won't forget for a few reasons,
And
because
Nito
it
just noting
showed
we
me
do still
how
see
well
50
that I
basis
know
point rate
options
cuts as the appropriate
without having
pace.
to look at Delta, right? And I can already kind of tell you know, how that option's going to react.
M&A is at $2.2 trillion. That's down 29% year over year. That's down 32% relative to a 5-year historical average. So we are undoubtedly.
So we're just sitting here trading sideways. We've been doing this for a few days now where we'll make a move and then just sit sideways. So I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, grab a bottle of water, and then I'll be right back and see if we can find some opportunity. Coinbase might be a trade. It's low volume, but you don't have much left. Like, I'm not saying it's a trade right now, but you know, you want to be short up here and long down here. But I don't know how much you want to sink your teeth into a long. I mean this really is kind of like AMD, right? You have this resistance level. It broke, it's pulling back, and it's sitting on top. When does it break out? Like, for real, for real. When does it really decide to get back up to 90s or 80s? Or when does it decide to break 71, 70? I've been waiting for this break of 70 for a while now. I'll be right back, guys. Let's see what happens here, guys. Let's see if we start pulling it back, oddly enough. Random sell-off.
So now text release here from Fed's Waller says it's too soon to tell if more policy rate action is needed. Waller says that we can wait and see before making definitive moves on the policy path. Waller says if the real economy slows, the Fed can hold the policy rate steady. More action on policy rate would be needed if demand and economic activity keep up the recent pace. Waller says past few months' data are overwhelmingly positive for Fed's employment and inflation goals, and he will be watching how recently risen longer-term rates evolve and the impact of financial conditions and economic activity. Waller says we will be patient in waiting for data to document how spending evolves, and time will tell if higher rates dampen business spending or subsides and onshoring increase it. Does anticipate an unusually tight labour market to continue loosening, but he is watching closely, and Waller sees clear progress on inflation, but there's a couple of reasons to be concerned the progress may not continue. Says we will watch the next several inflation reports for clear indication, and it's on the trajectory to the 2% level. So let's go over some of those key comments there from Governor Waller. Says it is too soon to tell if more policy rate action is needed. We can wait, watch and see before making definitive moves on the policy path. And you were just noting that if the real economy slows, they can hold the policy rate steady, and more action on policy rates would be needed, however, if demand and economic activity keep up the recent pace. But he does know the past few months' data has been overwhelmingly positive. And he will be watching how the recently risen longer-term rates do evolve and the impact of financial conditions as well as economic activity, and says he will be patient in waiting for data. And, just a take from WSJ's Tim Morales, just noting that Waller does bless the November pause. And just so you're aware, just another comment in Waller's speech. He was just noting that the increase in medium and longer term interest rates over the past several months should weigh on both household and business spending. And just so we have a note for Hormel Foods, HRL, as Hormel Foods and EFCW just noting have ratified a contract. The EFCW says new contract increases hourly wage to $3 to $6 an hour for Hormel workers. And there's also nearly double bereavement leave and protects healthcare coverage and increases both pension and 401k benefits. And for Hormel Foods, HRL.
Sorry, I don't want to. I know you have Fed Waller here.
I think you take it. I think the market is giving him time, and I think you can find that time if you look at the outlook.
Let's see here. Man, we're really making this area rejection, guys. Still sitting up here, so.
Just having a quick look at Fed
VWAP
market
immediately
pricing after
rejected
Waller's
it.
speech. Currently pricing in November meeting, seeing an unchanged decision with about 94% implied probability.
Start getting
Again, still very much the case seen earlier on. It was about 90% earlier, but just a bit moving with certainty on the dovish side there. You know, having a look further out the curve, still having the full rate cuts priced in by September of next year.
Buying still there. And it's slowly changing. It's still there. Buying still there right now. AMD 3 minutes. Okay, so AMD.
Is usually the best stock reaction for an earnings report for Tesla. It averaged a 1 day, this according to Bespoke. It's averaged a
Let's just give the markets a minute. I'm going to use the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
Just in terms of some of the exact wording from the Waller speech, he was just noting that should the real side of the economy soften, we will have more room to wait on any further rate hikes and let the recent run-up on longer-term rates do some of our work. And again, just further clarification on the earlier Waller commentary. Just also, the actual text does note that if the real economy continues showing underlying strength and inflation appears to stabilise or accelerate, more policy tightening is likely needed, despite the recent run-up in longer-term rates. And just a bit more colour on that earlier commentary. And see where on US politics, US House Representatives does start the second vote to elect a speaker.
That's another rejection, man. Wow. They just don't want to close this thing higher. They don't. They clearly don't want to close it higher. I do have to make a couple phone calls. Thank you. Whoever hit the like button, greatly appreciate that. Greatly appreciate it. What it does, if you haven't subscribed or liked or even just randomly shared it to a like an email, like Martha Stewart, go send this to Martha Stewart, if you could. We're trying to grow a community here. And what it would do, it would help someone else find. Shows fear in the market. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it does. It'll help somebody find the stream that would like to join us. That would like to have a place to trade. We don't charge a dime here. Give you guys my plays, my thoughts, where I look to get short, where I look to get long, and my take profit. Prices where I'm going to be looking to take profit on them before we get into trades. It's important that you guys do that and have a plan, right? Because I show you guys my plan. Then you guys say, all right, I need to start having a plan. Yeah, yeah, exactly, bro. So yeah, the 10-year. I know. What's funny is I said that this morning was like I noticed, like even if I go to like the 30-year. Now this is a little bit different, right? So we can notice this candle here, right? So we can notice this right here. We're right around that pivot high, right? Let's go to the 2-year. All right. So look, it's climbing now. Earlier, the 10-year was higher than both of them, right? It was just kind of like it was higher than the short and long end. It was really leading the day. Let's see if it's still doing it, like you say. Nah, sitting there with 30. It was just playing catch up, I guess. So it's actually sitting tight. So now it's tying up with the 30-year. Let's see if this 30-year can get past it and start to just raise that yield curve. But it was kind of odd to see that this morning, and it's cool. Once you guys start paying attention to treasury yields, if you don't, you'll start to notice things where you'll be able to look at the 30-year and go to the 2-year and be like, all right, this is where the 10-year should be. But this morning it wasn't like that. It was higher than both the short end and the long end, which was kind of odd. So that's a nice call out there. It's a nice call out, basic. I was thinking about and the dollar. It's found its home, I guess. It's found its home. We're on an hourly chart. Let's go to a daily. No, I don't want to copy the price. You've regained that pivot high, this area here, and this is where we're chopping. And what's funny is this, I had these two lines here when we were down, I think right around here, or even here, when we were inside this wedge. Because I was like, or it might have been here, when we broke out of the woods. That's when I did it, because I had this box, and then I had this one, because I'm like, all right, where's it going? Where's it going? Because you kind of never closed and really filled this small little gap here at 105.86. That's why I put it there. And then if you look to the left, you have this area here where it's like you never closed at it. You never really got there and pulled it back. Right here with this little area there. Might even show more to the left. The weekly chart on the 30-year, I forgot about that one. Let's go to the 30-year because there is. Let's go to the weekly chart because I'm pretty sure if yeah. So we did. There it is. it's, see, I changed the settings on here. So it did. Look at that. And our next resistance level isn't really up until 5.4. Well, you could really just keep climbing and climbing and climbing. I would give it, yeah, 5.4.8, 5.5, we'll call it. Yeah, 5.5. Let's do that now. I'm going to do that now. Because I want to know where we can look to find support or resistance at. Alright, so we're at the...
You see where 5 Republican lawmakers have voted against Jim Jordan for his House Speaker.
They voted against him. That's hilarious. That's so hilarious. 5-3.
Just to clarify there, Jordan could only afford to really lose 4 votes, but again, he has lost 5.
5-2. Yeah, nice. 5-5-2. Yeah. Let me reset this.
And then looking at the chart are two different stories, and they do tell maybe two different stories.
Oh, I mean, Apple's chart looks terrible. I think 169 is the 200-day, so it's not that far. So, I mean, I think it could easily go there. I mean, I've been pretty consistent on saying this. What I would like to see from Apple is actually coming back to top-line revenue growth, right? Because to me, the bugaboo I've always had with the stock is its earnings per share continues to grow because the per share continues to get smaller. And so that, to me, you want to see good
let me see here. Hold on. Let me get it. Okay, right there. Okay.
It's underperformed, but I just think we need to start coming
And
back
then...
to top-line growth, or people are going to start saying this company has a rich multiple. This is an older name. It's done very well, but what multiple should we pay for this stock? So I think it's a very, very important name. It's the number 1 or 2 holding next to Microsoft in both the Qs and the S&P. But I think the technical weakness just can't be ignored.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes there. I mentioned, what's going on in D.C. The House trying to elect a speaker for the second straight day, at least according.
So we have a gap at 5.292. 5 just under 5.3. So I'm going to put a dotted line
look
to
out
see
for any potential commentary from Fed Williams. Supposed to be
just because
speaking
I want to see if we fill it.
about
If
7
that's what
minutes
we're going
time or
to
so
do,
at the bottom of the
fill
hour. Just going over some recent commentary from Williams.
I see it
It
already
suggests
did.
that the Fed is at or near the peak Fed rates, but just note we do need restrictive policy for some time. Again, it's just worth noting this is the last week before the blackout period. I think there's a lot of the commentary this week. Will be on for any signals about the November meeting. Did just hear from Waller, who did sort of lean towards skipping in November.
Just say,
sort of tone that same line as Powell,
talking about
carefully and patiently. Although Waller did warn that potentially, depending how everything unfolds, it could have to do more.
Of course, he said that they might have to do more.
Going back to Fed's Waller, he's just noting that we can run our balance sheet down to a total of $2 trillion to $2.5 trillion and keep reserves ample.
He's talking about it now. Alright, so AMD whoa, yeah, look at... Alright, well, there it was. You had plenty of time. It's just I don't know if you're going to get continuation. If you do decide to short the SPY, you got to think about getting some time there. Look at that increase in volume. It finally gave it up. Gave you a nice opportunity there to take it, but it's hard for me to take it when... like I say, I know my instinct is that we're going to get down to fill this gap. See, we have a gap fill, if you don't know. There's a gap fill down here. I'm going to give you the number right now. 431.58. All right, 431.58. 431... Yeah, 431.58. Let's see if we get any type of bounce at that area. I'm just going to step away. I never took my short here at 435. I could have. That is one trade I could have taken, but it is what it is. I'm not worried about it, you know, because we could have just sat sideways, and this just seems like a long drawn out type of day. You did start to have a nice flag there.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
And there's the breakout. Look, and then it reverses on you. And then it should pull back. 431.98 and bounce.
Jim Jordan does not have enough votes to be elected speaker than any third vote is expected.
Got you covered.
Is your furnace ready for a tune-up? Just call Marco. Save $50 on our early bird precision furnace tune-up. Extend the life of your system with like-new efficiency and lower energy bills. Tune up your furnace today. Just call Marco at Gold Star. Marco!
Sorry, I didn't see any of the comments. Yeah, that's right, man. Absolutely. AMD sitting sideways. Guess today wasn't the day.
NFLX, Luxaria says on October 17th, got the NASDAQ bid price deficiency notice. Let's see my Echo X-ray, LXX. Fez Waller said if he saw inflation coming down to 2.5%, Taylor would say to cut rates.
Oh. 2% would say to cut rates. You could get a bounce on it if we see 2%.
And more from Feds Waller says that if they saw inflation coming down to 2.5%, the Taylor rule would say to cut rates. As Waller says if they saw inflation coming down to 2.5%, the Taylor rule would say to cut rates. But he says we do need to see how inflation progresses in 6 to 12 months, then see about cutting rates.
But you've owned for a long time, so why now?
Yeah, I've owned it for a few years, personally. You know,
I think the IWM giving back everything it did yesterday and more. You know, you started to
Brent Talkington on CNBC, so Goldman Sachs.
So I'd rather step to the side. I was pretty much flat on the name and just move on because I don't want to own things I don't have a high conviction of, and I still just don't like the financials going in late stage economic cycle. And I think Goldman will not be able to make money off IPOs. I think IPOs have not worked so far this year, so I don't think that's going to be a meaningful part of their earnings. I think that's still on hold.
That's insane. Just boom.
Waller said we need to see how inflation progresses in 6 to 12 months, then see about cutting rates. No one expects any kind of rate cuts soon.
Go look at energy and stuff real quick. Gonna scan through the markets. I gotta make a phone call in a little
Feds
bit.
Waller says that no one expects any kind of rate cut soon.
I don't think it's time to exit the position either. So B of A is what I'd call a subsistence position. Goldman is more than that. But there'll be
Just a reminder, it's about 30 seconds to the bottom of the hour. Go and look out for any potential comments from Feds Williams.
but I'm staying there with it. There's nothing going right here. I'm not talking about internally. That's fine. I'm happy with the moves they made, the pivots they made. Yeah. Morgan Stanley, I'd love to buy. Phenomenal management. They've executed, flawlessly. Gorman's executed flawlessly. And whether it's Ted Pick or Saperstein, they're going to be great running it. But I just think I have time to get in. But that's on my radar.
See, it's interesting because you could look at Goldman and say, well, the reason I'm not selling it now is because you have to believe that the capital markets headwinds are behind us.
Right, which I don't.
Right? You don't. No. But I'm just saying, if you look at what Gorman said.
And Waller just noting we still have one rate hike penciled in. That will be totally driven by the data if it happens or when.
I'm getting tired,
Nothing seen as of yet
team.
from Feds Williams.
That might be a nice hold of the 50-day moving average on XOM.
Praise the management team, and you disagree with that comment?
I do. That doesn't go to his management style. It goes to that.
You guys might watch me take a nap, or I'll just turn the screen off or something. I gotta take a little nap for lunch. Let's see here. It just happens to me when I sit in the chair too long. And let's see. Amazon's sitting here, just sitting down at lows of the day. This sucks. So if you guys don't know, there's a few things going on. The S&Ps are.
Just so you are aware, after the wall of comments, I've seen some activity in the Fed's funds in the November contracts was 30,000 at 94,655. Is a touted buyer.
You had a really nice pennant there on the SPY that was put in, right? We broke out of it. 15-minute.
Think about what he said. He said, we're going to wait and see if we raise rates there further. He's not saying we're going to wait and see if the economy...
And just more from Fed's Waller, just noting that higher long rates, for whatever reason, puts in tightening. Says if long rates go up and persist, that will do some of the Fed's work.
Is this going to be accretive? Is this a worthwhile acquisition at those rates or more? Number two, look, the pipeline...
Let's see if it holds here. See if the SPY holds here. Let me throw up a 3-minute chart. Come on. And then the Qs. Yeah, cause I got up probably like 5:30 this morning and went to bed at like, I don't know. I probably fell asleep at like 12. So, you know, 4.5, 5 hours of sleep starts to get to you a little bit. And we're trading sideways. The market's putting me to sleep. Or I could go get something done. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Get like a 5-minute, like a 20-minute, 30-minute nap or something. I don't know. It'll be right here in this chair. I know that. And then the market will move 10, 15 points. Something crazy. I'll be like, oh, what the hell?
So you're aware, USGS alert in San Francisco Bay Area. So there's an earthquake was detected.
All over the, bear flags all over the place. Come get me, come get me.
And now initial commentary from Fed's Williams. It says inflation has come down quite a bit.
Next week, we have PCE numbers. Wait, Powell's tomorrow, I think. Yeah, we have Powell tomorrow. I think if the SPY continues to sell off again, I'm going to give you guys that number one more time. It's at like, let's see.
However, Waller now just noting, still seems to be more potential excess consumer savings than people think.
431.58 is, I think, that gap fill. That I think you start to see a little bit of support come in.
Well, President Biden said the U.S. will provide $100 million in humanitarian aid to Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. Supplies include water, food, hygiene, supplies as well as
12:30. Is there any...
Fed's Williams says still has a ways to go to getting inflation back to targets.
The Senate Foreign Relations Committee is holding a hearing regarding Jack Lew's nomination as the U.S. ambassador to Israel. Lew served as Treasury...
All right, I'm going to go heat up some pizza from yesterday. It was really good. I'm going to go heat some of that up. I'll be back in 5 minutes. If you guys want me to throw something on here, just let me know what you want to see. Maybe I'll put NVIDIA, even though NVIDIA's not doing anything. I'll throw AMD up here. It's not doing anything either. Could start to see us. I don't know. You might get another bounce, but I want to say it'll sell off a little bit. Or not sell off, but, you know, pull itself back a little bit. I'll be right back. I'm going to go make something to eat. I'm going to go make some pizza. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so.
And Williams is noting we're not declaring victory over inflation, but does see progress. And Williams just adding they will stick at it to get inflation back to targets, while Waller just noting that consumer spending has been surprising, doesn't seem to be pulling back. And just an NG update, Pemex does plan to restart the large crude unit at the Deer Park, Texas refinery early next week, according to Reuters, citing sources. It does have a capacity of 275,000 barrels per day. Just going back to that earthquake in San Francisco, USGS reporting was a 4.5 magnitude quake. It was northeast of San Francisco. And Fed's Williams says at some point it will make sense to lower rates. And Williams says the path of monetary policy does depend on the data, while Waller says he's still hopeful that rate hikes will slow spending and inflation. And Williams is also noting Fed needs to keep restrictive monetary policy for a while to cool inflation. Let's go back to that earthquake. Reuters witnesses just noting there's no immediate signs of damage. Just seeing the latest Fed poll from Reuters, Federal Reserve to keep Fed funds rate on hold, 5.25 to 5.5% range on November 1st, according to 90 of 111 economists. Meanwhile, the Fed is to wait until at least Q2 before cutting rates, according to 91 of those economists. Does note majority expecting Fed rate cut by mid-2024 did reduce to 55% from 71% in the prior poll, as some did delay their initial forecasts. And the poll just does note the bigger risk is the first Fed's funds rate cut does come later than expected. That's gone to 26 out of 28 economists.
That sucks. I missed that Moderna trade. I was looking for it to get into that 80s area, and I guess it did it. I forgot about it.
And Fed's Waller says the data shows the job market can cool via reduction in job vacancies and not necessarily loss of jobs.
But you can look at the tech darlings that are up so marvelously this year, and last year they were dogs. They were absolutely. Jim, we're not talking about 1 year's worth of past performance. That's exactly what you should be looking at.
That sucks. So B of A.
Like UNH.
Closing. Recent initially heights.
These are permanent as
I'm saying year now income growth. 3.
another sector that you love. The fact is, Steve, again, I can find plenty of your stocks that have had the same performance. Don't tell me you're attacking. You're not attacking me when you come with the point. These companies historically sold at mid-single.
Let's see, shift deep.
Multiples. That's where they belong.
Shift deep, nice. That's cool.
In a declining consumer environment, they increase capacity by 15%. Oh, you're talking about 20 years ago. Again, I'm going back to where I stated that for 2.5 years. For 2.5 years, these
This was all probably written by AI too, guys. You guys know that? Let's see here.
And the point that I'm making is that when you say they should trade at 4, 5, 6 times, I didn't say 4. Whatever, you said single digits.
And look, there was the level. That $90 level. It broke it. It finally broke. Wow. This was actually a target area and it broke it. To think I own this thing around 20 bucks. Around 20 bucks. It's a good thing I got rid of her. It's probably my biggest win on a stock ever. Was probably Moderna. It really was. And the amount of time. Is this one logarithmic? Oh, I'm going to be pissed. I knew it. No, I don't want to use
well,
log
I was just
scale.
noting as well that the events in the Middle East are horrific, but it's hard to see much impact on the US macroeconomy.
I'm sorry. Dude, I just went through a whole bunch of stuff with logarithmic. I knew something was fishy.
Which is showing the distortion in this so-called Goldilocks economy.
Wait, so CSX then, you might, which reports tomorrow, which you have in the Joe T, you can't feel good about that one either then. You said we're in a freight recession.
Potentially that would be something that you could say, yes, that's correct. October 31st is coming. Yeah, you should, based on the intermodal numbers that
I know it's coming, but I still want to ask you about it.
I don't know if you feel great about it.
All right, here, let's take another break. Up next, we're going to hit a few more stock movers in today's session. We're back. Just 2 minutes. Dow's down a little more than 200.
Build American Mutual insures U.S. municipal bonds that finance essential American infrastructure and provides guaranteed income to improve any portfolio. Be part of building America. Invest in BAM insured bonds.
With Gold Bond, you can age on your own terms. Retinol Overnight means the smoothing benefits of retinol are now for your whole body. Plus, fast-working Great Corrector diminishes wrinkled skin in just 2 days. Gold Bond, champion your skin.
Determination, endurance, lies within your fanny pack. And
I'm gonna go check this pizza and I'll be right back.
And Fed Swallow, just noting the balance sheet reduction was priced in a long time ago. All the Fed is doing now is fulfilling that expectation. And just so you're aware, 21 Republican lawmakers have voted against Jim Jordan for Speaker. And so after hours for Nestle is posing closing infant formula operations in Ireland could have an impact on about 540 jobs. They do propose further transferring some formula operations to China and Switzerland. As you're aware, in 10 minutes' time, going to get some more commentary from Fed officials, Fed's Governor Bowman, and also Fed's Barkin, who's a voter in 2024. They are speaking at the Richmond Fed, scheduled for about 10 minutes' time. Also be on the lookout for the results of the 20-year bond auction, and a lot of focus on it this week, after the board reaction was seen after the dismal 30-year auction last week. Again, just so fixed income traders. The US is to sell $13 billion of the 20-year bonds. And just having a look at the auction history, previously saw a high yield of 4.592%. Meanwhile, did see a stop through at 0.3 basis points at the last auction. Does compare to 6 auction average of a stop through at 0.4 basis points. It's covered basically 2.74 times, and compared to the average of 2.7. Meanwhile, primary dealers, they took 9.3% of the last auction versus the average today of 10.1%. Directs took 25.4% versus the 21% average. On directs took 65.4%. That's compared to the 6 auction average today of 68.9%. And all those are available on the News Corp K-Line feed, posted about 50 minutes ago, if you do want them to add. Let's potentially note for Apple AAPL. Just a tweet from TF National Securities Analyst Ming Chi Kuo. He predicts that the mass production schedule for the AirTag 2 has been postponed to 2025. And just more from Fitzwilliams, he is not convinced yet that the neutral interest rate has risen. As Williams says, he's not convinced yet that the neutral interest rate has risen. And Williams, he does expect that rates will move down over time to lower levels.
Oh shit. I was just sitting here thinking, and I'm like, man, if some people don't say the dumbest shit on, like, when they have nothing to talk about on, like, podcasts, and they start making
For
things
Apple
up,
AAPL and information reporting that Apple conducted a probe into
like,
business misconduct in its China
the
App Store.
seriousness of this
Investigations found
conversation
departments that do work with game developers.
shouldn't be serious at all.
Uncovered unsanctioned
What are you
contact,
even
including
doing?
nightclub outings.
And they don't even know that they're doing it.
For Apple via the information.
They know they're doing it. They know they're being over.
30 seconds to the top of the
like,
hour. Looking at
I'm not going to say
from Feds, Bowman and Barkin.
who it is.
And also
I'm not going to do
for
that,
the results from the
but
20-year bond auction.
I just.
There's no use case, been around for 13 years, and never will be a use case. But the scarcity of it because of the ETFs, I think it.
All right, so we did, guys. Look at that. Let's see here. 5 minute.
Feds Bowman says that inflation has come down, but it is still too high.
But we retested that.
And you're seeing the one issued for the 20-year bond auction. And that's 5.257%.
Man. We're just rolling it over, guys. Here it goes. It's starting now. I feel like this is the rollover. I said this with Bitcoin. Remember when I told you guys that the rollover? There it goes. There's the extension. Now it's just free falling. There she goes. She's going to free fall. There she goes. I knew it. As soon as I seen it, I'm like, oh, whoa. Hello. Shit. Let's go cruise the interwebs.
High yield that comes in at 5.245%, 5.245%. So it does stop through by 1.2 basis points. The bid to cover comes at 2.59 times. Primary dealers take 11.93%, directs take 15.2%, and indirects they take 72.87%. Just to go over that auction once again there, US sold 13 billion 20-year bonds at high yield 5.245%. Did stop through by 1.2 basis points. So that does compare to the previous stop through of 0.3 and compares to the average of stop through at 0.4 basis points. Bid to cover 2.59 times, beneath the prior 2.74 and also beneath the average of 2.7. Meanwhile, having a look at the takedown, primary dealers taking 11.93% is above the prior 9.3 and also above the average of 10.1. Meanwhile, direct bidders, they took 15.2%. That's a large step back from the prior 25.4% and 6 auction average of 21. Meanwhile, indirects took 72.87%, decent increase from the prior 65.4% and just compared to the average of 68.9. To summarise that auction there, overall decent on those top through fronts, but the internal is a bit more mixed. However, did see a decent pickup in indirect demand, although direct demand did decline, ultimately leaving dealers with a larger chunk of the prior auction.
Mad at me because I was smoking a little cigarette.
Just in response to the 20-year bond auction, again, nowhere near as bad as the 30-year last week. Did see upside in T-notes, a slower movement in yields, just see leads to a bit of upside in the equity complex.
Yeah, we're on the internet now. I'm just gonna
All right,
bullshit.
Jersey
Just take
Jerry
some time
here,
away from the
also
markets.
known as Jerry
Just so you're
Fragrance.
aware, Amazon,
Look at
ANZ,
that bounce
This
back,
is season
baby.
3.
Fast train
Look at
deliveries
that
in Italy,
bounce
the UK,
back.
This is
third
season
location in
3.
the US.
There we go. Now
Episode
that
2.
is
Season
a
3.
bullish statement,
Episode 2.
right? Let's
A lot of people have been asking, where's Jerry
actions
Fragrance?
speak
Where'd he
louder
go?
than words.
He's missing.
Look at that volume.
He
Pow.
was missing, but now he's
Elsewhere,
found.
the
All
automotive
right,
will see
let's
earnings
see.
from
I
See
found
what
him.
the
Germany.
test, baby. Let's go. Buy
Report
low,
from
sell
Jerry
high.
Fragrance. How come we haven't had any
685
fragrance
million euros.
reviews?
Just EPS of
Very
216,
simple. Money's
while
tight.
revenue 1.1.
Money's very, very
billion,
tight nowadays.
compared to the
I didn't have the
1.16
funds
billion, so marginally above
to go out
expectations.
there and buy all these
And they did
luxurious,
also announce they are again increasing
high-end
their guidance for net
colognes that I
revenue
really
around
love
5
to
billion,
review.
and
I
EBITDA
have
around
to think.
2.9 billion. That's not there for Deutsche Börse, so DB1,
I have to say to myself, sometimes you find those diamonds in the rough, JJ. Like I did. Flashback, Jerry Fragrance, I think it was season 1. Heffy by Guy Fawkes. That was a diamond in the rough. That was a $68 cologne that packed a powerful punch. So I went back to the drawing board. I went over to the Instagram. I went over to the Guy Fawkes website. I seen the Hefe on there, and something caught my eye.
Just so you're aware,
It was a
there's
cologne
couple of
named
comments from
Vince.
Fed's Bowman, just noting that strength in good spending
And I
has
says
been
to myself, I
surprising,
says, I gotta get this.
and notes the Fed is
I
highly
gotta get
focused
this.
on returning
I
inflation to 2%.
gotta just see if it lives up to the same hype as the Jeffy did for $68. I ordered it. I got it. It's here with me today. When I think of Vince, I think of power. I think of men. Vince McMahon, check. Vince Vaughn, check. Powerful men, Vince. Let's do the review. Here's the bottle here. Same concept as the Jeffy. Just the word Jeffy here. Now this says Vince. This is a totally different cologne. Right away, mint. Right away, mint. Right away, musk. Mine's racing. Fall. Perfect time. We do the review. Yeah. These guys don't miss, man. I'm telling. Listen, this is not an ad. This is by no means an ad. I take that back. This is an ad. This is an ad. Use promo code Jerry for 10% off your entire order on the Guy Fawkes website. Promo code Jerry. This is an ad. But at the same time, I shoot it straight. I shoot it straight. I don't make no mistake when it comes to fragrance. I never steered people wrong. I never did. I mean, for $68, this is up there with the Paco Rabanne 1 million. That's at a higher price point. This is up there with the Blue de Channel. I'll tell you what, man. The guys at Guy Fawkes, they ain't lying to you. They ain't trying to rip you off. It's $68. I'm telling you now. You need this for your fall collection. No. Listen. You need this. This is a game changer. Make no mistake about it. Listen. I'm putting a JJ guarantee on this. You order this, and you send me a message, and you're sincere, and you say, JJ, listen, love the review, bought the cologne, I hate it. I'll give you your money back. No, I'm lying. I ain't gonna give you your money back because I'm gonna guarantee it. You're gonna love this.
On
You're
commentary
gonna
from Fred
love the
Williams says the
Vince
Fed
from Guy
toolkit is
Fawkes.
broad enough not to need negative rates.
Missing. All right, Jersey Jerry.
So note for Carnival, CCL, it's Princess Cruises units. Noting prices 2024, 2025 cruises now set at their absolute lowest. But does note they will increase going forward.
There it is. There's our ticket to 435, baby. There's her ticket. Bang. Look at it go. That was it. Look at that. Right on time, ain't we? That's how you scout, by the way. You know, when you can do stuff like that, when you're like, yo, right there's the extension. You know you got something going. You know you've been in the markets for some time, and you know you can, you know.
Seeing the latest Fed Reserve Super operation, they do accept 1.151 trillion across 108 bidders. That does compare to Tuesday's 1.082 trillion across 94 bidders.
Sorry, Basic, I didn't see that, buddy. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. So 30-year fixed comes in, it's up 1%. Wow. Um, $1,000 more a month today than 2 years ago. That's crazy. Do people, like, honestly, do you guys think maybe you guys, so you guys are in the markets, maybe you do. I would assume you do. Do you know, like, do you think other people actually take into that effect when they go to buy a house and say this isn't the time to buy? Or do they just go buy it because they want to buy a house? Do you think most people take that into consideration? The fact that you're going to pay $1,000 more a month for a 30-year mortgage than you would have 2 years ago? Like, do you know what I mean? I personally think there are, if I had to take a guess, I would say there are a hell of a lot more people that don't take that stuff into consideration. Let's say they have their down payment, they have an apartment or whatever it is that they got going on, and they're like, you know what? I think we should wait because it's going to come a time not too far here in the future, even another year. Like a year isn't a long time. A year really isn't a long time. But it is enough time to save you $400, $500, $600 a month. You know, I just wonder if how many people start taking those things into effect because they should. Like right now. Other than this $1,000 more a month, right? Like anyone who whether if you bought a house prior to or not prior but after COVID, right when rates started to go up, so I seen something where and it was a chart, and what it was is it was showing you like it had the numbers out for you like you're paying like it says here,
Just an
$1,000 more
update on
a
the
month.
US House Speaker situation. Jordan has lost the House Speaker vote again for the second time, and since, as he has noted, he is not dropping out.
So, what I was going to say was, paying more, you're paying more for a house that costs less than your neighbor. Right? Your neighbor paying 12 to, let's say, $1,600 a month. $1,600 a month, and here you are paying $2,400 a month for a house that costs less, in a sense. You know what I mean? I have to find it. I wish I found it because it put it really into context, and I'm like, I would think most people don't even think about that stuff. I'm going to be honest. Most uneducated people don't really think about that stuff. They really don't know. Like, because you're not taught. There are times when you should and should not buy a home. Right? I mean, there's a way to play the game. You just have to know how to play the game. And it's just a fact, whether you like it or dislike it. Right? There is a way to play the game, and a time you should buy and a time you shouldn't. You know? I mean, hey, my parents just bought a house. I mean, more power to you. You have the money and you want to waste it, that's fine. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know. See, I want to say something because I could see why they did. So, if you buy a more expensive home, right, you're more likely to get a lower rate than somebody buying like a $300,000 home. Why is that? Well, let's say if you buy $1 million home versus a $300,000 home, they're probably going to give you 7.5. Well, right now they're not. I think right now it just came in. I think it's damn near 8% now, right? But let's say if you bought $1 million home, you probably could get 5. You know what I mean? Even right now. Why is that? Well, because, you know, depending on your credit and stuff, but where's the 30 year? Right? 30 years at 5 something. So you could get it like 5.5, 6%, because the banks are, you know, you're not talking about, you know, let's say a $300,000 home at like wherever the 30 year is at like 5.2, 5.1, and they're going to give it to you for 7.5, if not 8. Right now it's 8, which it should be, right? 3 basis points higher than real rates. If you buy $1 million home, that's 3 times as much value. So you can bring the interest down because you're still getting that margin of interest, if you know what I'm saying. Right? If you have a $300,000 home, you have right now that just came out, 30-year mortgage, 8%. Right? Real rates are 5.5. We'll say 5.5. They're under 5.5, but we'll say 5, right? And they give it to you for 7.5 on a 30-year mortgage on a $300,000 home, and then you buy versus a person that buys $1 million home. Maybe they give it to you. It is what, 3 times as much. So therefore, you know, the bank is still getting the same margin of profit at a bigger, you know, even a more. You know, they're still getting more money, even though it's a less interest rate. Like if it's 5.5 or 5, whatever we're using, say it's 5. They give it to you for 6, right? 6.5. But the other person that's buying a cheaper home is paying more because there's just all it is a margin for the bank to bring in. You know, you're going to say 6% or 2. We're going to say 1% on $1 million home versus 2.5, 3% on a $300,000 home. Right? 1% on a $900,000 home versus 3% on a $300,000 home. You're still getting that 300. You're still getting that 3 basis point, that 3%. You know what I mean? Where's the bank getting the money from? From the Fed, I guess, right? Depositors, Fed. I don't know that much about banking. There's a reason why I know this, right? There's a reason why I know $1 million home versus a $300,000 home, the interest rate's going to be lower. I'm just going to say it like that, right? There's a reason why I know this. It happened over the summer. One's paying 5.5% and the other's paying 7.5%. Why do you think that is? It's pretty easy to figure out. You know what I mean? So whether they, and I don't mean this to be mean or anything. I'm not like saying it to be a dickhead or like, you know what I mean? But once I seen it, I'm like, that's why. They're just worried about the margin that they're getting, right? They're worried about the margin you're getting because there's two homes that just got bought this summer. One was valued at $1 million. The other one was probably 250, 300, maybe 325. I don't know. The cheaper home was paying 7.2, a little over 7%, and then the $1 million home was like 5.6, 5.7. And I'm like, okay, I can see why that is because they're still getting the same margin, but the price of the home is is why you're able to get a different rate, right? Rates are what they are. It's different right now. Obviously, you just had the 30-year mortgage thing come out, but rates are continuing to climb. So it's going to be different the farther we go until something happens where they start cutting rates or the bond market starts to pull the reins back a little bit. That's all. That's how I know. And it's funny because once that happened, I was like, okay, I see what's going on here without even being told. I didn't even say anything. But I said it in my head. I'm like, okay, so this person's getting 5.5. This person's getting a little over 7.5. I see why. Because they're still getting the same margin at the end of the day to pay their bills, employees, keep the lights on and stuff like that. It pretty much is the same. One's getting less, but they're still paying the same amount because it's 3 times as much. All right. But yeah, whether they get the money from depositors, whether they get money from the Fed, right? It's hard to say. I'm not a banker. The bank could already have the money. I don't know. They could be using it they get it from the Fed. I don't know. I'm not a banker. I don't know. My first assumption would be, getting it from, I don't know. The Fed, right? I don't, I physically don't know if they're like, hey, or does the bank already have excess dollars that they get quarterly, daily, weekly, whatever, and that's what they have to give out to the public. And once you start getting into that, I don't know, right? That money obviously comes from somewhere, but but do they get a lot? Is there X amount that they get? I don't know. I'm not a banker. You know what I mean? I'm not a banker. The thing is with banking is that, the ties or the roots can run deep and they will trail off 3 or 4 times in 4 or 5 different other directions. So why? So don't they have, hold on, let me see this. To pay a higher rate as well. So don't they have to pay a higher rate as well? Who is that? The bank? Does the bank have to pay a higher rate? Well, let's go see where the 30-year was, right? Let's go see where the 30-year was back this summer. I'm pretty sure. So I watched the bond market. I'm pretty sure we were at, I want to say 4.9 to 5.1 this summer on the 30-year. Let me plug my phone in. Right? Let's see. Again, it was like springtime, summertime. Let's go see here. Where are we at? Let's go to the 30-year. And this is, and again, here's the other part to this. I don't know how much asset or money was already put down on the home. If here's the thing too, is it could have been a 15-year mortgage too. for the $1 million home. That I don't know. I don't know if it was a 30. I don't think it would have been a 30-year. That's the other kicker. That's the other kicker. Right? But let's go to the 30-year and let's just go look. Right? This is when you had the steepener. Where are we at? 4 hours, September. Nope. Let's go to a daily. I don't think, think about that. You say that. I because of the age of the person, I think it was a 15-year mortgage. I take that back. I think it's a 15-year mortgage. I don't know. I do know what the rate was. So, again, here you are at 4%, July, June. That's what I thought. I thought it was like high 4s, low 5s. 4.1. Okay. But I could have swore that, what was it? Wasn't it like 7%? Wasn't it like 7% all summer for a 30-year mortgage? So that's the other kicker. Is that I don't know if the higher house was 15. I want to assume it's 15. I want to assume it was a 15-year because I don't see that person having a 30-year mortgage on a home at that age. You know what I'm saying? They were just a little older to, make that decision. Now, do they make the decision to just double the payments? I don't know. Again, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me say one thing clearly. Share buybacks.
But yes, rates were around 4. Now again, you don't know the credit I don't know the credit of the other person either. Right? One could have been a 15-year and the other one was a 30 and the other one could have had bad credit too. But it did get me thinking. Right? It did get me thinking that banks can get away with, right, cutting that interest rate down on a home that will cost 3-4 times more, and they will still get their same profit target. They'll still get their 2%, 1.5%, 3% total, whatever it is, whatever it is that they're looking for. I would assume, right? I may sound stupid. Again, I don't know banks. I'm not a banker, right? You give me a chart and the equity markets and some earnings, a catalyst, I'll trade the shit out of it. But that's the other good one though. Humvee. I don't know. I don't think the other one, the more expensive home was a 30-year. Now that I think about it, I'm glad you said that. Let's see here. So we did get a bounce. The S&Ps went a little lower than that 430, 60. Look, we're going right back down. That area is they're now that's it. 433, that's it. They've told you now. You've got a second opportunity up there that, unless we're just going to sit in this range. But look how it's just rising higher and higher. Let's see here. I'm excited for the end of the week. I'm excited for tomorrow and Friday. I think we should have some good opportunity. I missed AMD today. It wouldn't have been a big trade, but it would have still been a really nice trade. It wouldn't have been a home run, but I don't, base hits, doubles. I'd be really happy with. Look, and again, look at that. No, it didn't. It didn't get back up there. So it's just trading sideways. It's not time. But I do want to put on a swing. If I get the right entry price, I do want to swing AMD back down to this low 100 mark. This 99, this high 99 area, 99.78 to 101 area.
Here's a look across the sectors as the market tone improved initially following that better 20-year auction top of the hour, but now we're sliding back towards session lows. Only energy and consumer staples, interestingly, are in the green, usually Force performers, materials, consumer discretionary, and industrials. We're back after this.
Build American Mutual insures U.S. municipal bonds that finance essential American infrastructure and provides guaranteed income to improve any portfolio. Be part of building America. Invest in BAM insured bonds.
Over 1 million people have put Super Beats blood pressure support supplements to the test. And the numbers tell the story. We have over 66,000 five-star ratings and reviews. We're trusted by over 120 pro and college sports teams. We're America's #1 selling beat brand. The only one that's both the #1 doctor and #1 pharmacist recommended beat brand for heart health support. See why we've won the hearts of people across America. And get started with a free month supply at superbeats.com.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this. Loan Falcon! There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to ondeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
This is the all-electric Polestar 2. Now, with faster charging and an improved range of up to 320 miles. Enhanced performance with rear or all-wheel drive. And luxury design as standard. The all-electric Polestar 2. Visit polestar.com to test drive and order.
I'm Delaware Insurance Commissioner Trinidad Navarro. Many people have questions about Medicare and don't know where to start. The good news is there's a way to get answers. Delaware Medicare Assistance Bureau is a public service of the Delaware Insurance Department and helps people with Medicare deal with the complex and confusing health insurance system. DMAP offers free, local, one-on-one counseling and assistance to
I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick, and I'll be right back. See, what I think I might do. See, the thing is I don't feel comfortable doing that. Hold on.
Powering all your devices with gig speed Wi-Fi. And you get fast downloads and uploads. Pick it up! Oh, we got this. Because it's powered by the next generation 10G network.
Just casting your attention to the equity space here. Just seeing US equity futures just pair some of that strength they did
Like
see in wake of that 20-year bond auction. As such, looking at EME S&P 500 specifically, it's now back at those pre-announced levels prior to that auction. Just making you aware here,
Tesla and
nothing
Netflix are
headline
gonna
driven
dictate
behind
this
the
market
latest
direction,
slight
right?
move lower in US equities.
Because what if they
are just pairing
come
that
in not
initial
so
move
bad?
seen
What if they
wake
come
of
in bad but the
aforementioned
market doesn't
auction.
move? Right? What if they come in bad and maybe they raise guidance or do some type of trickery? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just hard for me to want to put something on. Like, look, what I was going to say is I was going to look for something to see if we can swing something into tomorrow. Right? Obviously, my first thought is to the downside. If we can get it, look, Meta's already down that far. Meta's down 2.5%, almost 2%, 2.5%. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. I just don't want to be held to, you know, three companies, dictating the market direction and technically not play them, but be playing them in a sense. If I'm playing a direction, but that direction is going to be based off of those two, you know, you need to be able to get it right. So this is why I'm kind of like, just wait till tomorrow, you know. See if we get any small caps that pop up during the afternoon.
Puzzled by the transition to paid sharing, which I thought was going to provide more of a subscriber lift than we've seen in
But the S&Ps really don't want to hang out up past 430, 350. Again, this was on low volume. Let me see. Let me look again. like even AMD, like even looking, like I could pull up the markets and see if you know, even if you get downside, like where is it? Like Amazon's got support here, right? At 128.02. You got 70-cent move there. You hang an option out overnight. It's not going to be worth anything. You're just going to get ate up in premium. Your premium's going to get ate up. Could sell something. I could sell both directional way. Then you're still kind of, you know, at risk to something stupid happen in one way or another. You know, unless you. And then it's like trying to find the. Like you would want to be selling puts down at this area, right? You want to get paid for them, or you want to be patient and wait. Um, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait until tomorrow. I just can't think of something unless I put on a hedge that would, you know, be a profitable trade to wake up to tomorrow. It was frustrating, you know. It is what it is. I missed AMD. I mean, it's not frustrating. I'm not frustrated. It's just, you know, AMD. That was a really nice trade. ARM. That was another one. Nvidia didn't move. It wasn't the day for that. And look, ARM bounced right back up. It did seem kind of strong. I'm glad I didn't. Oh no, come on. And ARM just keeps recovering. So these green lines were take profit targets, right? Up here around this resistance area, yesterday's close, yesterday's high a day. In that area here was the entry. Would have been the entry. And these green lines are take profit targets. And it seems to just be holding on and trading sideways, just like the rest of the semis, like AMD, Intel, same thing. I wonder if Intel's going to be a leading indicator. See if this thing's. It's got a little volume. Let me pull up a 15-minute chart. But yeah, I hope you guys had a decent day today. I didn't see much. Google was putting in a pretty nice pattern this morning. I never went back to look at it to see how it went. But it had a failed breakout. I just think that this is all being done on lower volume. At least when I pull up an hourly chart. I feel like, again, I've said this before, that like it feels like all our real volume is below 430, right? I mean, an hourly candle here, a close at 430 to 431. When was this? This was. It's either Monday or Friday. Wednesday, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so Friday. Friday's close, guys, right? Friday's close. The last hourly candle on that was 17,655,000, right? Well, if you go back to like 425, 427, 428, 426, you have candles up here 39,346,000, right? 34 million, right? 35 million. You know, you have less than half of that. 12, 13, 14 up in this range here, right? Up in that range. And again, you did have catalysts for that, right? Them not coming to an agreement or a 45-day agreement. So we are coming into a lot of unknowns. So The setups will come. Just wait for them. I mean, there were quite a few setups I seen today. I just didn't. I just didn't get on them. I was looking around. They went to their areas and got sold off. I was late to the party. It is what it is. You know. It is what it is.
Like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. With Voya, considering all your financial choices together can help you make smarter decisions. Voya, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Some things are good to know, like where to find the cheapest gas in town and which supermarket gives you the most bang for your buck.
Oh shit.
Something else that's good to know? If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be able to get more health care benefits through a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. Call now to see if there's a plan in your area and to see if you qualify. All of these plans include doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. From Humana, a company with over 60 years of experience in the healthcare industry. You'll have lots of doctors and specialists to choose from. And if you have Medicare and Medicaid, a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan can give you other important benefits.
I hope Tesla does make a move. I do. I hope it finally makes and picks its direction. Because when it does, guys, this thing just goes. It will go and go and go and go, right? Look at that continuation, right? Consolidation, continuation, consolidation, continuation to the downside, upside. You know, it's been in this consolidation for a while, and it does that from time to time. But that is
Of
one
note
thing about
for Tick
Tesla.
F, according to a filing, it says projected $1 billion in civil penalties through 2032 under Biden's fuel economy proposal does threaten substantial economic hardship. Of note there for Ford, ticker F.
Dental, vision, and hearing, and more. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will walk you through your options. And, if you're eligible, and there's a plan in your area, help you enroll over the phone. Call today, and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized,
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies?
manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
This is spring semester. There are over 13,000 U.S. school districts which have become top targets for ransomware attacks. But there's never been a reported ransomware attack on Chromebook.
And making you in all around 9 minutes top of the hour, we're going to look for the latest Fed's beige book. When you were around the top of the hour, we're going to look out for the latest Fed's beige book.
Focus on learning, knowing that their data is secure.
In the U.S., we see millions of cyber threats each year. That rate is increasing as more and more businesses move to the cloud. So, question is, as cyber criminals expand their toolkit, we must expand as well. We need to rethink
Next level moments.
Trying to look. I was just looking through some news to see if there was anything
Built-in security.
that I could find.
AT&T Business.
What is Didn't it start with the F? It's not on here.
You've been with us from our first store to now nearly 20. We are hiring like crazy, so of course our healthcare has gotten complex and
People worry about you know, like, I keep seeing people talking about the tick. And I'm like, guys. It's not end all be all. And it's okay if you just found out about it and it's good. Like, I use them too, don't get me wrong. But it's like in the sense of, how do you use it? Why do you use it?
I'm getting buried underneath all this paper.
Witham can help with that. Have you heard of Cloud Solutions?
Cloud Solutions?
Moving paper to secure cloud-based environment would lighten the load.
That would be great.
Witham, we're more than CPAs. Experience the Witham way.
Welcome back. It's time for Earnings Exchange, and today we've got the action, the story, and the trade on Tesla, Las Vegas Sands, and Lam Research, all reporting after the bell, I believe. CNBC contributor Jeff Kilberg is here to give us the key points. He is CEO and founder of KKM Financial. Jeff, welcome. Got to start with Tesla. Shares have still more than doubled so far this year. Deliveries and price changes will be key to watch, and the street isn't too optimistic. BofA cut its estimates, saying on the automaker, while Barclays is expecting, quote, soft results amid times of soft margins. Of course, we want to hear what Musk says on the call.
Wow, we could actually get. We're almost at 2. Wow.
You know, I want to be a buyer, Kelly. I've been long the name since last December. And yes, the street's looking for 72 cents a share on about $24 billion in revenue. But you're right. We're going to be focused on what that revenue will look like next year in 2024. But right now, you have to look at this either through an automotive lens or an AI lens. And I think when it's trading at 70 times PE, that's pale in comparison to what NVIDIA is trading at. And I like it here as an AI play. I think you can actually approach this right now with the volatility. You can sell a put.
Man, yeah. And he's talking about selling puts. Well, at least Tesla.
All right. What about Las Vegas Sands? Very different story.
Getting paid if you want to own it. Never mind.
Just that since its 2023 highs in early May just tells you how different a tone is. Deutsche highlighting the recovery in Macau, also in their mass gaming revenue.
It's pretty crazy. We do have a lot of tickers and names that are down. The market is pretty much trending to the downside in a decent way. It wouldn't surprise me, like, if we don't get a bounce and we get a bigger continuation move to the downside. And, like, look at that retest, guys. It's like right on, damn near on the money, right? You see how this wick is a little bit higher, this one's lower, coming in at that angle. I mean, it's not perfect, but I mean, mine's not perfect there, but you know, you can sense it in the algorithm, like, or how, whatever. I don't know. Just talking out of my ass, I guess. I don't know, but that's our lower high right there. There's your lower high. There's your bounce back. If we're really gonna pull this market back, I don't know how much it gives us, but
So I think owning the fabricator makes a ton of sense, at least the equipment that provides those chips to be made. So yes, I want to be a buyer, Kelly. It makes a ton of sense to keep exposure to semis as this AI thing will recur and revert back to enthusiasm, I believe, Q4 as we go into the Santa Claus rally. I know Santa Claus rally has not been said yet on CNBC today with all the red out there.
I've been thinking about that.
Well, that actually brings me to my next question. You know, I can't resist, especially on a day like this, Jeff. We start with an okay tone to the markets. We sell off sharply. We come back after the bond auction. Yields are popping across the curve. What do you make of it?
Well, Kelly, I cut my teeth in the bond pit. You know that back in the 1990s. And it's just remarkable to see the sensitivity that equity traders are having to the bond market. So we continue to look for the bond market for leadership. We continue to look for the bond market for sensitivity, what's going on in the Middle East. But I do believe we are at peak rates in the 10-year and the 30-year. We saw the mortgage rate hit over 8%.
Well, we're close. I don't know if we're peaking yet, but we're close. And that's just his thought. Let me go throw this away, wash my hands. I'll be right back. 2 o'clock. Things might get spicy, guys. See if we just run it up to where roughly around where we opened and closed yesterday. Gonna grab me a Red Bull. Be right back.
And in around 1 minute's time, top of the hour, we're going to look out for the latest Fed's Beige Book. And just seeing the beige book here now, it does note that most districts indicated little to no change in economic activity since the September report, and prices continue to increase at a modest pace overall. And just going over further details in the beige book here on the overall economic activity. Whilst it noted most districts indicate little to no change in economic activity since the September report, consumer spending was mixed, especially among general retailers and auto dealers, due to differences in prices and product offerings. But on the labour market, it does note the tightness continue to ease across the US, and most districts reported slight to moderate increases in overall employment, and firms were hiring less urgently. Well, it does note that several districts reported improvements in hiring and retention as candidate pools have expanded and those receiving offers have been less inclined to negotiate terms of employment. Well, on prices, it notes they continue to increase at a modest pace overall, and districts did note that input cost increases have slowed or stabilised for manufacturers, but continue to lift for services sector firms, while the increase in fuel costs, wage and insurance contributes to growth in prices across districts. And further in the pricing situation here, it does note overall firms expect prices to increase the next couple of quarters, but at a slower rate than the previous few, and that several districts reported decreases in the number of firms expecting significant price rises going ahead. And just on the energy footing and US-Venezuela relations, according to a senior State Department official, the US does plan some oil-related sanctions relief for Venezuela, starting almost immediately in response to Tuesday's election deal between the Venezuelan government and opposition. And as such, the US is prepared to reverse the easing of sanctions on Venezuela if it does fail to take steps, including lifting bans on opposition presidential candidates and release of political prisoners, and just adds that it's issuing licenses to broadly ease sanctions on Venezuela's oil and gas sector, including its business with Caribbean nations. And as such, the US is optimistic the current engagement with Venezuela will lead to a release of those political prisoners.
Red Bull or Celsius? I've never had a Celsius. Never had one. I will say, hold on, let me take a drink.
Offset higher labor costs, including offering things like work at home and lower signing bonuses. Prices increased at a modest pace. Input cost increase have slowed or stabilized.
I will say, 8 ounces tastes a lot better than 12 or 24 ounces. They have a different taste. I'm telling you, they do. They really do. I can see why some people don't like Red Bull, but I absolutely love it. I always have. Like, my other half, she said it tastes like sweet tarts or something. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see that. It does. I can see where you got that from. It's relatable. But like Monster and like those cheaper ones, like you can literally taste, and there's nothing wrong with them. I just don't prefer them. I just would prefer. So Red Bull, if you're out there, we can tear it up together, right? I just don't. I don't see how, if Celsius is sugar free. I don't know if it is. It probably isn't. I'm just making an assumption, which we can look. I just don't know how it's better. Like, it's so good. Like, everybody thinks it's. Everybody says, at least the paid sponsorship says how good it is. I'm a Bull guy so far. I unless you guys want to send me Celsius, if you guys got it like that, I would love to try it. But if I'm spending my money, it's on Bull.
Let's switch gears and talk earnings, with Tesla set to announce their third quarter results in just a couple of hours. Investors muted. Shares are down about 4% this session. It's one of the top losers on the
I want to find out. Hold on, what's going on here? Live news. Oh, I still had that up. I'm going to leave that up, actually. I want to save this.
They maintained the target. I do think a lot of investors.
Have they ever done that before?
Do it.
Have they ever hit 4 and 7
No,
in a
they
quarter?
haven't.
And it has Lucid up in the box. Oh, LCID, that's why. Okay.
You need to hit that 470 number to justify your current price.
No, just to hit the 1.8 million that they've targeted for the year. But I actually think a lot of investors are kind of
Oh, why did I click on that?
focused too much on the cost.
I hope I didn't click on it.
You know, this is really a company I think that's
Good, I didn't.
from a tier 1 supplier.
Alright, I'm going to leave that there.
Real winner in autonomy. Elon says that conference calls, past 2 calls.
I want to find out. I want to see. Let's use like
It's really interesting. Just explain that for a second. What role do you think they could end up playing in the auto market in the next couple of years?
Absolutely. So
No,
we
come
all
on.
know about the charging infrastructure wins they won. Incidentally, today,
Come on.
BMW announced that they're joining it. They were
U.S. State Senate Department official says U.S. plans
players saying they would never join it. So it seems like you have
some oil-related sanction relief for Venezuela beginning almost immediately in response to Tuesday's election deal between Venezuela government and opposition. And the ops.
by themselves. And then
For other automakers as well, or
Come on,
will initially be for their own production.
where is Microsoft's AI at? Usually I would.
We'll see if they hit that.
There we go.
I think what they'll do is sell those.
All right, let's find out.
They also do power electronics, that's inverters and e-motors.
is that a good business? You know,
Let's find out. Give me Rebel.
Product. It only probably has around a 5% take rate of Teslas. We think they're going to lower that price, get an increased take rate, and everybody's going to see how profoundly amazing this product is.
Right now, it's what, about $16,000 or something like that if you go with the full service drive.
All right, says first off, it's already got it wrong. When it comes to taste, Celsius and Red Bull have distinct flavors. Okay. Celsius offers variety of fruity flavors, like grapefruit, blah, 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 while Red Bull offers a wider range of flavors. It does. I forgot. It does. Because the only other flavor that I do like would be the blue. The blue bull. The blueberry jaunt. So there for a minute, I'm like, yeah, Red Bull definitely doesn't have a ton of flavors, but they actually do. They actually do. I don't know how I forgot that. Celsius is marketed toward health consensus individuals who are looking for a natural low-calorie energy drink. It contains natural ingredients such as green tea extract, ginger root, blah, blah, blah. Also low in calories and contains no sugar, making it healthier. That's why I think... That's why I think... Let me read this. I have ADHD horribly, sorry. On the other hand, Red Bull contains synthetic caffeine and taurine, as well as sugar and other ingredients. Quicker burst of energy. It's not necessarily to help do stuff. Wow, synthetic caffeine.
Maybe it goes beyond 6 weeks, but to go to November, January, I just don't see that happening.
all right, Tom, thanks so much. It's good to have you here today, Tom.
How about this? Does...
Three power players. First, we'll hear from a prominent Israeli tech entrepreneur and the founder of the GPS app Waze about the situation in Gaza and Israel. Then we will hear from the CEO of Dropbox about the role of
I spelled caffeine wrong.
the cloud business. And finally, we'll talk about the state of the oil market and America's energy grid with Secretary Jennifer Granholm. All this when Power Lunch returns.
No, real. No, real. It keeps taking out the real word. You guys see that? Does Celsius contain real? How about this? I'm going to do this, right? I'm going to let it know. I'm going to let it know, right? Or how about this? Is
So my best friend Sophie says you've been a huge help.
At Ameriprise
the
Financial, more than 9 out of 10 of our clients are likely to recommend us.
Our neighbors, the Garcias, love working with you.
Because the advice we give is personalized. Hey, John Reese Jr. How's your father doing? To help reach your goals.
I don't know how to spell it.
That's why it's more than advice worth listening to. It's advice worth talking about. Ameriprise Financial.
And look, it just did it. Does it? Wow, why is it doing this, guys? This is it. Guess what? Microsoft Bing, you suck. I'm telling you right now, you suck. Unbelievable. It doesn't want to give me the answer. It doesn't want to give me the answer. I wonder if that's because Microsoft could get in trouble. Like, hey, why are you telling people like? That's crazy. All right, there. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If you don't get it on the 10th time, it's probably going to leave you on the short side. Let's see. I'm really curious if we do break the lows there.
Now you can stay reliably connected through power outages with unlimited cellular data and up to 4 hours of battery backup to keep you online. Only from Xfinity, home of the Xfinity 10G network. Learn more today.
Wow. Tesla got smoked. Was there a
Biden saying civilian lives must be protected and also said Israel has agreed to let humanitarian aid from Egypt.
Was there a catalyst for Tesla? I can find out. Other than a technical setup, right? 100-day moving average, boom, hit it. And then you just... I will look. Let's say if, things don't go so well. We already know the delivery numbers, and I say this every time before Tesla's earnings. You already had, unless there is a, major change or a major miss or something really bad, you kind of already know what's going on. But
when you try to compare the order of magnitude relative to the population of Israel, this is like 10 times.
I would, if it is bad, right? I would expect, me personally, I guess you could get a gap and go, if it were to gap to the downside and just continue. But I would like to wait for that test of the 100-day moving average, right? It's broken, right? It was support. It was resistance. It became support twice, right? Support here, support here. We want to wait for that bounce back on a daily chart, the bounce back, and then we look to get short up here at 250, whether it's 245, no matter where it is. It's got a funny pattern going on here too. If you look at what, look at that pattern. Look at the gap. Support, you know what I mean? Resistance, downtrend. It's just funny. I don't know.
Ecosystem is going to become way better than before, because what we are seeing today is that many of the startups, they are helping. Their people are being withdrawn to the reserve. Some of the people are volunteering to help all the people that actually need help. And this is the spirit of Israel. This is going to prevail.
I still just can't believe how um, how Microsoft did that.
Ask about, and that is, how do businesses function, or is it kind of a suspended function when 300,000 plus individuals are called up to do their patriotic duty and serve in the reserves? Those people are coming out of the general economy, I suppose, for the most part. How does business function under these circumstances?
Oh no.
Or is it not able to?
That's a shame.
So I think that one of the strongest points of the Israel ecosystem is the commitment and the loyalty of the people. And then everyone realizes now.
Nope, I didn't. Actually, you know what's funny about Lucid, guys? I told my dad that I would, I would get him a brokerage account, stuff like that. And he wanted to grab Lucid, because they own them, right? He knows a couple. Like they've got a couple of them, but I just like now would be a time, right? A distressed asset like this, now would be the time to get it, and I just can't think of all the people that bought it in the 20s and 25s and never took profit at 18, and it went to 25 and they never took profit. It's why you can't really fall in love with a stock. Wait for it. I don't even know what I'm waiting for.
Customers and the like of your
So
what are they saying?
So obviously there is a concern, but most of them realize that the war is not going to last forever. It's going to be for a limited time, and after that everything is going to be way stronger and way better than before. So this is what I'm hearing from customers or investors, from my CEOs on the 10 different startups that I currently have. What I'm hearing is that everyone is on the same page. We are going to fight Hamas like there is no other business, and we are going to continue our business like there is no Hamas.
Uri, thank you for your time today. My wife, by the way, has a saying as we drive around, in ways we trust. She uses it all the time. Uri Levine, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And further ahead, building the dream stream. Netflix is set to report after the bell. Once the king of streaming, but is it now just another player in this game of clones? Which platform has the best library and the best opportunities for investors? We'll lay it all out next.
But I hope you guys had a great day today. I hope you guys were able to hit some trades. I'm going to be really on like this. Like tonight, I'm going to come out with the watch list and stuff. I thought about a lot yesterday what I wanted to do with the stream and stuff like that. If I wanted to continue to do it, stuff like that. I would like, because it takes me a while to come up with the watch list, guys, and because it's like it's a lot of data you're hassling through. Because it's like, it's more than just going over the news of the day. It's like, I'm looking at the first thing I do. Right, I get up, I make my coffee, I feed my cat, fire up my computer and stuff, and I want to see what the top news is, like as far as like large caps. It doesn't matter if it's large cap. It could be a small cap, it could be anything, but like what is the major news of the day, and is it even out yet? Like we didn't get this Nvidia semiconductor news yesterday until a couple minutes before the bell was opening. So going through like all the news between like the market and then going through the top percentage, the top gainers, which has news, which ones don't, which ones do I think are worth playing. That stuff can take a while. So tomorrow morning, I'll probably start the stream up early. Like when I get up and go through my levels and go through everything that I, to find opportunity. Tomorrow, I'll fire up the stream at like 5:30, 6 o'clock. And maybe we'll see if we, we'll check, we could catch some, some early birds, like maybe some top gainers or something in the morning. I told myself I was going to start going to bed earlier because I haven't been going to bed until like 11, 12 o'clock, getting up at 5 o'clock, getting tired and stuff. But I think I'm gonna do that, and I'd like to have like I was thinking about doing shorts on YouTube for like in the mornings for a watch list, right? Having like 5 stocks that are on the list, like whatever the news is, and like pointing out the levels. What do we think? All right, we think this is a shortable news catalyst, but we want to, be short the pullbacks, or short the bounce backs, or get long the pullbacks. Um, it's hard to do a lot of that, right? It's time. It's time consuming going through the news, and it's okay that it is, but uh, because it's more than just like going through the news and seeing which one has the catalyst. Then it's going through the levels, right? Going through the daily chart, right? Getting your levels on the daily chart. Um, Determining whether or not it is going to be something that's going to give you an opportunity, if it's worth spending that time, if it's going to give you that move. You guys know how it is. It can just take a while, right? If you just do small caps or you just do large caps, okay, it might not take that long. But me, I could be playing Boeing one day and playing Home Depot the next, right? Or playing CrowdStrike and then playing Home Depot the next day, right? So, because I like to play news that has liquidity and things like that, That's what I like to do. Because they can really, I will do anything. I'll play small caps, I'll play large caps, I'll play news catalyst. I'll scalp the SPY. I've done that a lot. I actually haven't scalped the SPY in actually a while. It's actually been quite a while since I've made a trade on the SPY. I traded the SPY a couple days. I traded the SPY, I think, Monday. And Monday, I had a really nice green trade. It was greener than I thought it would be, right? I made more than I thought I was going to make, but my account's already shown that, like, since I've made a change to my charts, that it's already seeing a noticeable increase in my account and in my trades. And that's even like, I haven't, even the one thing I can say that I'm real decently like really good at is my losers. I like to be like the Babe Ruth of losers, right? Not big hitters, not losing big, but being good at losing them, right? Being great at, like, being able to identify, because you ultimately don't know. You could stop. You could stop yourself out a little early, and then 10 minutes later it decides to go. But usually I'm pretty good at determining between the markets and what the stock's doing, like getting out early before I have to hit my stop loss. I don't aim to do that, but it's like, if I notice, if I'm like, okay, you know what, I'm starting to sense that this is wrong, I will try, I would get out. Like, whether it's at my stop loss or before my stop. If it gets to my stop loss, I'm out. I'm just going to get to that area and say, all right, I'm cutting it. I'm not going to sit there and say, all right, I'm going to give it a little bit more. It goes down a little bit, and I'm trying to be long, and it goes down a little more. I'm like, all right, I'm just going to give it a little bit more. Like, this is it. This is it. No, this is why I didn't short AMD today, because I had my level. I said 104.69 to 105 short. Not short at 103. Not short 103.50. No. AMD 104.69. If I am not there when AMD is at 104.69 or 104.70, I'm not shorting it. I will wait till the next day. I'll wait. Because I know, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not shorting here. I'm not shorting here yet. Maybe tomorrow I will, but I got to go over things, and I got to see where we open up at. Not that, but that was the plan today. I wasn't looking at it. It got to 104.67, 104.70. That was the plan to get short up there. I wasn't on it. It got there without me, and it left. It is what it is. That's how you like have a plan, stick to it, and come out on top, right? This is how you make your losers a lot smaller than your winners, because I'm shorting correctly, right? I'm not shorting down here because the stock can still go back to the 50-day and then come all the way back down. And you're still right. You're just buying it wrong. You go short here at 102.86, and it starts to just do what a stock does, and that's pull back. It goes to 104.50. That 50-day moving average starts going there. It gets above VWAP, and you're red. And you're trying to short it again, and you're red. You're red. Instead of waiting for that extension up into that area where you should get the short, because you're going to two things. One, the price is going to be cheaper. Like, let's say if you're buying puts, right? Those puts are going to be cheaper up here. Two, this thing doesn't have to go very far for you to know if you're wrong. Right? You're going to give this thing at 10. Let's see, what would I give this stop? I'd probably give this stop like up here, just past this pivot high of like 105.50. I'd probably give this to like 106. Right? 106. So that is, we'll say 105. I'm giving that $1 to make $3, because 100 is the final, like 199.87, 76. Yeah, 99.75 is the final take profit on this. This looks like a decent short. Look at that. That could be a nice break and retest, guys, for the afternoon. I'm actually going to think about AMD. Shit. God damn it. And this is how you screw yourself trading. But if the markets can pull back, where's the Q's at?
That one is 600 feet. That's more than 2 Statue of Liberties. The new ones are going to be 836 feet tall. That's almost as tall as the Eiffel Tower. And no, that does not include the portion underwater. Wow. You got to remember, the sea out there is about 85 feet deep, and that monopile is drilled into the seabed. So once you add that in, we're talking even taller. It is hard to gain perspective, but take it from me, they are huge.
And let me ask you one other quick question, and that is, how does the electricity that is generated by those wind turbines transferred back to the land where it can be used and distributed?
So out offshore, 176 turbines are out there. They'll be grouped into smaller groups, and then the cables are what.
That's cool, guys. Look at this.
This afternoon, the Biden administration announced they'll invest $3.5 billion for 58 projects across 44 states to strengthen electric grid resilience and reliability across the country. For more, we're now joined by the Secretary of Energy.
I guess my AirPod died. Shit. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not.
You're down in Georgia today. Explain the significance of that and these investments that you're making. Is this a national security concern, or
Oh, come on. I don't know where my stuff is. And I still got AMD on watch. But yeah, there was the wind tunnels there. Damn it.
The boat? Fascinating.
Everything's got to be difficult.
So there's a question of reliability of old transmission and distribution lines, of old poles, of old substations. Then there's also a question of how the grid is going to withstand.
SEDG. That's so funny how this thing's Like, yo, you want them small caps, bro? It's like a little stock promoter. Fucking Microsoft in the promotion business. I had a feeling something was going on, guys. Sorry about that.
What is known as an energy earth shot, which means that we are trying to reduce by 80% the cost of
Wow, guys, look at this. Look at this hourly chart, and look how bearish that looks now. Wow. Yeah, that looks not so good, guys. That's not good. I think
And Brent crude futures
we're
settle up
going down.
$1.60 at $91.50
If I could show you
per
guys
barrel.
this. The volume there is still, but if I could show you this. Even though the volume isn't that great.
Work during the pandemic, and now it's hoping to make waves in AI. We'll hear from the CEO when Power Lunch returns.
Like, look at 432.50. Let me see if I can show you guys. Let me see if I can see it. No, I don't want that. Alright. Ready? Look how bearish this looks. It's going to be hard to see. But look to the right. Look where we are. It's 431.50 or 432, right? Where that little right there. Right there. Right above my finger. Right. Does you see that resistance there? I don't know if you guys can see it. But that 432.50 looks like we're turning into resistance, and hello 430. Right? That's just one, you know what I mean? If you could see that, look and see us going down to 430. You know? I lost so much muscle from when I was younger. That's crazy. I was noticing that yesterday. Like, I don't have big bicep anymore or like anything. It's cool. I don't care. Going to the gyms for fags anyway. Just kidding. Somebody's gonna get mad. Not the gay fag, right? Have you guys seen South Park?
Mitch, thanks so much for sharing your expertise.
Thanks for having me.
Alright, so again, this doesn't look good. Don't look good at all for the S&Ps, guys. I am going to go see. I want to see if someone I know has posted an opinion, because I think we're going down, baby. I think we're going down. See what I mean by this hourly chart? See, it looks different on here. And look, as soon as I say it and bring it up, like, look at that, guys. It's pretty heavy. The volume is, bleh, it's not that great at all. Like, this is the volume you want. Right here. Yeah, that volume. Whoa, better. Getting better. Even this day wasn't too bad. But that was below. I don't know. But I don't know. I think we're going to make the decision. I think we're going to make a decision here soon. There's AMD. Start.
AI darling and is still up nearly 200% this year. But is the AI frenzy starting to fade just a bit? Let's get to Dieter Boza.
Oh, heck no, it ain't fading. Looks like AMD's trying to do the thing. Let's see here. See if we can't get even a scalp or something. Let's see if we can't bring a little steak home. See if we can't bring something home. Still, I'm still thinking I should be patient. Like, I should wait. Because I still think we could get a, you know, we didn't really get much momentum today. And you can see these tails here. That I think you could get another bounce back to VWAP. And what would that do? That would essentially give us a lower high. Let's see if that's the case. Let's see if that happens. See if a lot of people went short here. I think the real play is down here. You break that and test 102.17, then we can think about again, it goes back to the psychology. Hold on. Just can't stand that commercial. You know what I hate? It's not that I hate it, but you know what? This whole rally, guys, this whole time Nvidia strong as a B word, right? Strong as a bitch. I had up here for a while, right, where I wanted to get short. Very easy level. I'm gonna show you. And we went over this. We all went over this for like a lot for a while. And we said when it gets there, we need to get short. We need to think about getting short. Right, where was it? Come on. Okay, maybe it got past it. Cause I wanted to say it was right here. Yeah, 460. Yeah, 460 was the. Excuse me, 460 was the level right there. 460 area. 460 to 462. And I waited for a while for this thing to get up there, and it finally did. And I forgot about being short at that level. I had this area marked for quite some time. This resistance level. Again, it's like 460.69 to this double top at 463. And I forgot about it. Well, because, like, you know, time had passed, and it's like, hey, yeah, you forgot about that NVIDIA short, right? Did you forget about it? That's the market for you. Really, this was the key level. Yeah, 460. 460 was that key level where it's like, it gets there and it can't bust through it. You got to get a nice short out of that and look at it. 2 days. It could probably still go. You could probably still get a small swing trade on it. I don't know, though. You know, it depends on what the market decides to do this afternoon with Tesla and NVIDIA or Netflix earnings. Look at that Google, guys. That's a nice trade there, too. 141 to 138.
Do know in 10 minutes' time, Fed's Harker is due to be speaking at an event hosted by Philadelphia Fed on workforce challenges. He has spoken extensively over the last week or so, so we'll remains to be seen we'll get anything too new from the voter, although I do note he's no longer in the voting board in 2024.
All right, guys. So it looks like we are turning 430 into resistance. Just a bit there. I'm gonna start working on the on some football for this weekend. So I'm gonna post a video for that. Possibly just do it live. Tomorrow I am, because I'm gonna be busy this afternoon. Like tomorrow will be the day, and Friday going into Friday. And I'm going to get into it in the watch list. So we're going to post football for this weekend, like some early picks. Come join us. I hope you guys had a wonderful day. I am going to post what I think, after we do these earnings. I was thinking about doing the earnings calls live, but we'll stick around. We'll see what Tesla and them have to do, but I do have to get a little bit to work. I don't think you're going to get much out of Tesla. You already know Netflix may come in line, maybe just a little bit above. Maybe, like Netflix, okay, it comes in just under. All right, or they lowered expectations, stuff like that. I think we know what's going on, personally, right? Market's telling you it's wanting to head to the downside with all this uncertainty that's coming ahead in the next couple weeks. Remember, there is still a government shutdown looming. That is the first and foremost thing that we need to talk about. Or not forget, I should say. The second one, the banks still need money. That's probably the other big elephant in the room. Listen, how does that work if the government's shut down? Can the banks still get their money if there's a government shutdown? Probably not. If the Fed's not there, their government, if they're not open for business, what does that mean for the banks? Just told you guys a little bit of secret. So the 5 people that are here, nobody is going to think about this, right? If the government's closed, what about the overnight repos? How does that work, right? This data will not come out. Data for the market, like it's pretty big. More than just, giving out paychecks and downgrades and credit. Like, it's pretty big what's going on. I also can see why the markets will head to the downside. Feel like they're trying to get ahead of the move. On a daily chart, we did bring in some decent volume today. Let's see, we break this level. We did hold it as support a few days ago, last week. Friday, but I don't know. I think we're coming into 426, 427.50. So let's see what happens here with earnings and whatnot. Maybe I will grab some puts before the close. What time is it now? We still have a few minutes. This market may try to run up. We'll see. We'll see. I may grab some. The VIX was rising today. I did take a look at that earlier to see where it was, and it was just falling. 55, 42. Wow. That's a nice move for Tesla. It's down 5% before earnings. All right, there's that late run up like I was talking about. Trying to get a late run up. So that's that. The VIX is pulling back, actually. It's kind of just... I mean, that's pretty funny, right? The VIX is up at 20 again, and... Feels like that's our resistance, or our support. Feels like this is our area here. Maybe I'm getting too much time, but 1941. 1941. What happened in 1941 in October? Around this time. I'm just kidding. Let's see here.
Explore something new every week for free.
1940, 1939. Man, that $20 is still trying to hold here. Volatility should start ramping up the closer we get to this government shutdown. And what is that? 1027. So this looks like if we are going to get a government shutdown or get close to it and the VIX is going to shoot up, it's going to start doing it pretty quick. So it looks to me like we got I got to start making some moves quick.
Closer to 8%, fresh highs in the 2-year, and then all the chatter is about, oh, the Fed will be done, they're going to stop hiking rates, and that's bullish for equities. Well, they may not have to hike rates anymore because the bond market is doing this for them, but that is not bullish for equities, particularly on the short end of the curve. So if we were making fresh highs in the 10-year and the 2-year was slowly grinding lower, maybe a different story, but that's not the case.
I mean, most of the Fed speak of late has been sort of leaning
I forget what I was getting ready to look at. Oh shit, there goes the SPY. Sorry, it's lower volume. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and see if we can get a bounce. If I get if I do grab puts, I'll throw it in the comment section. I'll just hop on the mic and let you guys know. But again, you guys already heard me, but I'm gonna get that video for to make us some money over the weekend with football. 12-2-1 on the season. I haven't done any any major picks the past last weekend at least. The last one we gave out was the Bears flat out win against Washington. But there were some easy ones. North Texas against Temple in college. You know, that's the goal. I'm not, you know, some really good games on. We'll just talk about all that over there if you guys want to join us. I'll get it posted. I'll post it up. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hitting the like button. If you haven't done so, hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. I'm going to work on getting back to what this channel was when we first started. I had a lot going on there for a little bit. Everybody has stuff going on. I remember when I first started, it was just like, you know, it was a lot. I lost my cousin. It was just, there was a lot going on. So, yeah, thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys had a great day. We're going to have a great, tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun, I'm telling you. And I'm going to be laser focused. I'm going to be laser focused. So, if you guys need anything, holla at your boy. Hit me up in the comment section. See what happens the rest of the afternoon. We got about a half hour left, so.
And do note all major stock indexes in the US are making fresh session lows. E-mini debt contract currently at 4345, down over 55 handles on the session, although weakness is being led by the small cap Russell 2000 index, down over 2%
I knew
at
it.
1740.
I said that the IWM is the
Nasdaq
problem.
100 future, that's down around 1.4% at
all right, so
15.030, approaching that 15,000 round level to the downside.
I'll let him finish.
The downside into the close has been accompanied by bits of a weakening again in the fixed income complex, more so in the belly of the curve, with the long end finding some relative support after the largely strong 20-year auction earlier in the session. Meanwhile, the front end is finding a bit of relative support also after Fed's Waller, the hawk on the Fed, did affirm his wait and see cautious approach. And as this weakness in stocks does occur, dollar index is moving higher, keeping eyes on some key crosses with the move higher in yields, with dollar yen 149.90 just at highs on my screen, and us coming to focus ahead of that pivotal round figure 150.
was just trying to show her. I was going to pick her up, but she just walked away. She's on her scratch pad.
Of note for Meta, Meta CEO Zuckerberg announces they're bringing broadcast channels to Facebook and Messenger, currently testing the ability for pages to create broadcast channels and expects to roll this out in the coming quarters. on US-China relations and investment. FT reporting that US House-China panel queries Sequoia's China's tech investments.
If I could, I would use my little turkey butt, my cat. I would use her as a pillow if she would let me. She is so comfortable. She's so soft and so comfy. Daddy take a nap on you? You'd be daddy pillow. You'd let me lay on you. I'm tired. Red Bull making me crash. I was trying to look this.
Meta platforms. Mark Zuckerberg says they're bringing broadcast channels to Facebook and Messenger.
Yeah, that news already came out. That news from Meta. I was gonna say. I was wanting to look to see which sectors were like mostly down and stuff like that. Like see if there was see what was down, see what was up, see what was really down and what was really up. There was like sectors that were down more so than others, but it looks like they're all pretty much down. And that's a bear market. That's a sign of a bear market, guys. Not just a pullback. Everything's pretty bright red right now for the most part. I mean, you get a real sell-off. You know, they're going to sell energy off. They're going to sell gold. Like, everything is going to get sold. Everything. Remember that. Everything. Ain't nothing safe. Other than your inverse ETFs, that's about it.
and RC and the NQ dip beneath that 15,000 level now. And headlines noting the VIX index up over 2 points, just above that 20 handle. For the market imbalance, traders note that's 1.1 billion on the buy side, 1.1 billion to buy, according to traders. Do note in 5 minutes time on the closing bell, looking out for the August US tick flows data, keeping eyes as always on those China and Japan holdings. And do note in 10 minutes time, NFLX Netflix scheduled to report its earnings, with EPS expected to come in for Netflix at $3.49, revenue expected at $8.54 billion. Subscriber additions for its Q3 is expected at 6.14 million, and the expectations for the fourth quarter, if we do get a guide as we usually do, expected at 7.85 million. And do note alongside earnings from Netflix, we have Tesla TSLA due to report 5 minutes after. I just want to mark a correction. Our calendar has Netflix due to report on the closing bell. It's Tesla due to report 5 minutes afterwards. But for Tesla itself, its Q3 EPS expected at 73 cents on revenues expected of $24.1 billion. and seen Netflix
Netflix is
EPS
out, guys.
$3.73, beats expected $3.49, revenue 8.54 billion, in line with expected. Q3 net additions 8.76 million.
In line on
That does
revenue.
come in well above expected, 6.14 million.
In line on revenue should be a beat on earnings per share.
Sees Q4 paid net additions similar to Q3.
Similar to
Street
Q3.
is looking for 7.85 million.
So
Again, does report
no real
Q3 paid net additions of 8.76 million. So strong on the streaming paid net additions and a beat on
Raising
EPS with
prices
revenue
in
in line
US.
for NFLX Netflix. Although on the financials guidance for Q4 does see revenue at 8.69 billion. That's beneath expected 8.76 billion. Sees EPS for Q4 at $2.15, beneath expected $2.17. So the financials are light there for the Q4, but net additions above expectations. And it is announcing higher prices in US, UK, and France. And now seeing early release of TSLA Tesla Q3 adjusted EPS 66 cents, below expected
earnings
74.
early for Tesla.
Revenue comes in at 23.35 billion, beneath expected 24.06 billion. Reports a gross margin of 17.9%, below expected 18%. So weak TSLA Tesla report here. Does note Cybertruck deliveries on track for later this year. On the other side, do note Netflix up 7% in after-hours trade. Does
see how the
affirm
market didn't get back
FY23
up
vehicle
above
production
430?
guidance.
And look at Netflix.
And that's at 1.8 million. And I'm referencing Tesla, of course, there. Tesla saying it expects the Model Y production rate in Texas to grow very gradually from its current level. Saying it's continued to work to reduce average vehicle cost further, does not expect a meaningful increase in weekly production run rate at Shanghai. Shares at Tesla currently down 1% in after-hours trade.
Look at all that buying on the S&Ps, only to go $1. Look at that. I told you guys I had a feeling they wouldn't do too bad, right? I had a feeling they wouldn't do too bad. That's why the stock's up like it is.
And seeing
Tesla's
earnings for DAX
consolidating
heavyweight
like it is.
SAP
Netflix is taking
does
advantage
report
of being
Q4
able
adjusted
to,
EBIT 2.28
say that their advertising
billion.
isn't going to work
That
just
does come in
yet.
above
Just
expected
yet.
2.16 billion. Revenue for SAP in Germany. Cloud revenue comes in at 3.47 billion. And its EPS of €1.45 above expected 1.33.
All right, so I'm going to go do my homework. You guys got the earnings. I love y'all. Peace out. I'll see you guys on the other stream. See you guys in a little bit.